All right, we're gonna call to order the regular city council meeting for May 14th, 6 PM. Roll call, please, roll call.
Councilmember Johansson? Here. Councilmember Lewis?
Here.
Forgot my order here. Councilmember Courtney?
Here.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Here.
Councilmember Khan, are you on yet?
He said he will be soon.
Okay. He's calling in. Councilmember Deputy Mayor Brazel?
Here.
Mayor Cole?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Yeah.
Father, thank you for the awesome opportunity to serve this city. Thank you for each one of the people here. Thank you for the public that showed up. Thank you for the city staff and the city council members, the mayor, deputy mayor. And God, thank you for the sunshine today. And God, I just pray that that sun would come around more often, brighten our day up. In Jesus' name, amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
A second.
Has joined.
Clerk, you have a couple items to.
Jason, are you on?
I am.
Okay, thank you. I laid on the table for you ordinance 2610. The original ordinance down on line 30, the number is 117 something and 70 cents. I don't have it directly in front of me. The change was what's attached to it, which is the purchase of this vehicle for fire department. So it changed the number from that to $130,723.70. That's the change. And we attached a copy of the budget with that line item in there on that page.
And that's available with the.
And it is available with the ordinance that's laid on the
Okay.
table up there. And I have the entire packet if any of the council members want to look at the entire specs of everything.
And that came about the Monday right after we submitted the packet, because I'd actually been looking for that particular item, and Chief actually found something I felt like we couldn't pass up. So we quick like a bunny made an adjustment. Chief, you want to say anything about that?
It was just,
Oh,
it was just that it was a really good deal. The $13,500 for the price. The vehicle has, I believe it was 76,000 or 78,000 miles on it. That's not that much, especially for a vehicle that's maintained by the state, by law enforcement. It's a really good deal. The lighting package, it already comes with lights and sirens. That by itself is $12,000 on any vehicle that we purchase. So just the lighting package itself is worth the cost of what we're asking for that. Because this was not something we had specifically in the capital budget, this is what we're asking to put into the capital budget now so that we can purchase it with capital funds.
okay. Anyone else have anything else?
Yes, I do. After speaking with our local government specialist, Ms. Sonia Pevin, I have an ordinance that I'd like to put on the agenda under the consent agenda for introduction of ordinances. Not sure with the clerk what number would be 26-13.
Is there, what number was on there originally?
We hadn't.
I
there
hadn't
wasn't
put one on.
Yeah, there wasn't one yet.
Okay.
Would you like this copy for the name of the ordinance? And if we could, by the end of the night, get the fellow council members a copy of that ordinance also, please.
Let me ask my deputy clerk in my file for next month's stuff. This ordinance is in June. You could pull it out and make copies, please. Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, instead of the public hearing for June 11th, as stated for these other ordinances that are up for introduction, could we give it a second? So we have 2 public hearings for the public to make it fair? Does that make sense?
Like, put it on July's, you mean, or divide it up?
Yeah, so it would be,
I think she's asking to introduce it tonight, provide a public hearing for it in June, and provide a second public hearing for it in July.
and then we would vote on it in July,
And
right?
vote,
That would
yeah,
be
vote on
okay.
it in
Yes,
July.
that would,
Is that what you're asking?
yes, ma'am. Just so the public has ample time to review.
Let's see.
I think it's 2611, wasn't it? No,
Yes, 2611.
anyone else have anything?
So you guys need to make amendments.
We have to vote on that.
Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah, you have to make them.
So is that a
She's
motion?
making a motion
So we
to
need a
amend.
second.
Go ahead and make a motion, then we'll,
Yes, I don't know what it is.
Exactly. I don't have the
Yeah.
slightest idea what it is. And there's already, it jumps from 1 to 3 on the agenda. Was it number 2 at one point?
It was the ordinance. It originally was ordinance number 2611. Yes. Here, you can look at that until Charlie comes out with the copies. I have it in the computer. Do you want me to read the title?
Yeah, just for the public record, I guess, be good.
As it reads, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending Houston Municipal Code Title 10 Land Use Regulations for the purpose of creating a new chapter 10.15 prohibiting the construction, establishment, and operation of data centers within the city limits of Houston, Alaska, and adding the penalty of violation to HMC 1.16 general penalty. I can continue reading it if you want me to. I can continue reading it if you want me to.
Well,
It is.
for introduction, it's fine, I guess, just to throw the idea out there, but be good for the public to get a hold of this before the next public hearing, I guess, right?
Yes.
Or the next two, right?
That's why I wanted two, so they have ample time to
Digest it.
exactly. Because of the way it ended up being presented.
$1,000 fine. Keep that. Thank you. This one's a little bit-
Also, we should send it to
These aren't the same. Tony,
Pardon?
these aren't the same. The one you handed me and the one that he handed out are not the same.
I mean, they're not the same.
I'm sorry, it is full of blank pages.
Oh, probably because it.
As
it's
I said,
front
just like I'm
back.
holding it, no, it matters not. what you-
It's the setting, sorry.
Is it just because it wasn't printed double-sided or?
Yeah.
Oh,
This one's not either. There's just alternating blank pages in between all of
the content is the same though, right?
Yes.
looks like it.
Other than that one didn't, the one she gave you didn't have. It's number- just said 26 cents. All right, so has it been seconded?
So what is the motion to add it to the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Yes, as an introduction.
Okay, I'll second that.
The motion should state adding ordinance 2611 to the consent agenda with a public hearing to be held on June 11th and a second public hearing to be held in July. But I don't have the date in front of me, sorry.
So it should be
Second Thursday be the 9th.
July 9th.
July 9th, thank you.
Yep.
Dan, you second?
Yes. I have all summer to read through it.
I can email him. Or, yeah, Jason, I'll email you a copy of that.
Thank you.
Motion's been made and seconded to add ordinance number 26-11, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending Houston Municipal Code, Title 10, Land Use Regulations for the purpose of creating a new chapter 10.15, prohibiting the construction, establishment, and operation of data centers within the city limits of Houston, Alaska, and adding the penalty of violation to HMC 1.16 general penalty. Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Anything else?
No.
Okay, we need to approve the agenda as amended.
Did you get Jason too?
Yes. Councilmember Khan,
Yeah. I'm here.
we're approving, we're approving the agenda as amended.
Okay, aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we have Senator Croucher online. Would you, Senator, you want to update us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, this is Senator Rauscher. We're here in Juneau. We're down to about our last 8 or so days. You take away the weekend and down to about 5 or 6. So in that time, hopefully we will. We're working on SB and resources in the Senate. We're working on SB 280. And as a lot of you may be following or may not be following, that has to do with the gas line. And basically it involves the property tax along the installation and other, because there's a lot to it now. Not just that, but there are other entities that are in there, which are similar for the installations, whether they're up north, Trudeau, or whether they're all the way down in Kenai. There's installation property tax differentiations. So there's a lot of moving parts in there. There's also an amount of volume of gas that's moving through the pipe. There's a tax that goes for that. So right now we've got 36 meetings. We've worked on that. I'm not sure when it's going to actually leave the committee. I'm not in charge. You know, as you know, the Senator Giesel is in charge of that committee. We're hoping it leaves real soon. There's a companion over in the House side, and it looks a little different than the one in the Senate. So the one in the Senate with their new CS is coming a lot closer to the one in the House. Either way, one of the two has to go over to the other side, and then they both have to be voted on one way or another, and then sent to the governor. If they don't match, if they're voted on separately in the House and the Senate, and they can't come to an agreement, they go into a committee, which they discuss the differences and try to come up with something that will work where both sides, the House and the Senate, will be able to vote for it and get it passed over to the governor. That's later on, but right now each one still has their own in their own side of the building. Your Public Works Fire Department building, $550,000 in your CAPSIS request. That was earlier discussed months ago with Representative McCabe, and it was put in as a priority on our list in both the House and the Senate. The House still has the capital budget. Many of the members in each one of those houses, whether it's the Senate or the House, they have a lot of these requests in there. It went up against those. Right now, it is not in either version. It's just not. It's not there. But the capital budget is being discussed right now on the floor of the House. So I know that Representative McCabe is still working to try and get that in on the House side. Just to let you know where it is, but every legislator has probably got 8 requests for very few dollars out there. So I can tell you what did make it in the Senate side. What did make it in the Senate side was the Parks Highway milepost 52 to 57, Big Lake to Houston, $934,000 for reconstruction. Parks Highway milepost 57 to 72, rehabilitation. Houston to Willow, $840,000 for those. And I can tell you, just for your area right there, those made it. Now, when it left the Senate side, the capital budget, it also had the Sitna access road in there for about $94 million. It stayed in all through the sub finance discussions. It stayed in all the way through finance. It stayed in through the floor. Stayed in till it got over to the House, and then it was removed. Now, Representative McCabe, I think it's got half of that back in the House side. We're still working on capital. I'm hearing a lot of static. I don't know if it's on my side or not, but I don't believe it is. I hope you can still hear me. The HB 17 is a disabled veterans retirement benefit for totally 100% disabled veterans. It's about 48. That one's being heard in finance. You also have HB 93, which is actually going to be on the floor tomorrow, which matches hunting privileges with your chance to get a PFD. If you're filing for PFD and you can't get a PFD because you've been out of state for X amount of reasons, you also will not be able to hunt if that bill passes. The problems with that is if you're a pilot, you're out of state a lot. You may have gone past the 180 days requirement, so you won't be able to hunt because you won't be able to get a PFD. Not that you would want a PFD, which brings us to another point. 100,000 people do not apply for a PFD because they feel either they don't want one, they don't want to use that money, leave it for someone else. But now they have to prove some other way that they can hunt. And so it's kind of a boondoggle, and it's getting to be quite a challenge to get that passed. Anyway, so the governor has an SB 227, which is moving again in finance. It's his fiscal plan. He kind of developed its way when it left resources into an oil policy bill. That went into a stall mode. Now it's being actually worked on. Again, in Senate Finance, his first hearing in a long time was today. I read your resolution. I thought it was very good. I know you're probably going to sign it and send it to me, Mayor.
Yes.
And I appreciate the fact that you're putting that out there. So I just wanted to say that. The health budget is currently in conference committee. The supplemental passed, and that supplemental, as you know, is everything the governor had to spend money on last year that happened, whether it's disaster relief, whether it was in the Matsu Valley because of high wind and cold weather, or whether it was the Halon displacement there for those over there in that disaster. But either way, and a lot of fire money, it was in there. So anyway, that got passed. The operating budget is still over here in the Senate. So that's still being debated over here. The capital budget is being debated over there after it left the Senate. Senate side and over there in the House now. So I don't know if you have any questions, but that's the basic wrap up.
Council, anybody have a question? I think we're good. Thank you for
All
the
right.
information.
Thank you.
I'll probably stay on, listen to some of the discussion if that's okay.
You are welcome to stay online.
I'll mute myself. Thank you.
All right, brings us to the report section. I know you have a lot to update. Why don't you start?
You want me to start? Okay, first of all, I know there was only one report in the packet, which was the fire chief's. We don't have a public safety, or excuse me, a public works director, and so there is no report for that. We don't have a confirmed treasurer yet, so there isn't a report for that section until they're confirmed. And my report relies a lot on numbers, and we're playing a lot of catch up with numbers. So I couldn't put numbers in my report. So with everything we were trying to do and put in this packet with the budget and everything, I just decided rather than put out numbers that don't work, it could be incorrect, I'll just give a verbal. I had a meeting this morning with people from the GoGov app that we have. There are some exciting new things coming. It will give us more access to invite people, a different platform to invite people to join. We can actually contact people and then send them an invite. You click the link, here you go. There's things that we'll be able to hopefully put on the website. And on all of these new things that they're going to implement they're integrating into everyone who has their program. And it's at no cost. It's not changing the cost of the program. They're just taking all the suggestions from the municipalities that have the app and what they've heard from the public and what they'd like to see changed or added. So that's what we're doing. It's going to be really a good thing, much better access for the public. But it's going to be probably, he told me to say 90 days because they have to integrate. They're going to integrate the smaller people first, smaller organizations, because our information isn't as much as some of the larger municipalities where it's just tons. So we'll be on the first end of it, but it'll probably be at least 90 days before it really happens. But it's a good thing. I'm very excited. We are looking for a camp host. If anyone's interested, any senior citizens that want to spend the summer in the campground, let us know. May cleanup. May is the month we do the cleanup. Christian, can you elaborate on your cleanup week, please?
I don't have it in front of me, but next week, starting Monday until Saturday, because a lot of people wait until Saturday because that's the weekend. It's a lot more comfortable. The roll-off dumpster will be delivered on Wednesday of next week. And that is only for road trash, parks trash, trails trash. It's not for household trash. It's not for general waste. It's not for scrap metal and appliances. Those can't go into the dumpster. Any scrap metal has to be taken in a separate load by the city. So when you're bringing the trash to the dumpster, just make sure it's just the roadside general waste that we unfortunately see on the side of the road every time the snow goes away.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Brazel, could you elaborate on your cleanup day?
Sure. We're going to do this year's Zero Lake cleanup on Saturday, the 30th. We're a solid 2 weeks behind schedule this year, but so is summer. And I went up on Sunday, this previous Sunday, to do the kind of ahead of time scope that I do every year. amazing. I don't know if you've been up there. I know, Sandy, I know you have clearly been up there. There is maybe 20% of the discarded junk up there that we have found previous years. The fun little impromptu shooting range doesn't have any new appliances. There's no vehicles in ditches. There is a slide-in camper that's pretty far up the road that'll need to be taken out of there with some equipment. But really, we've opted out of having a dumpster dragged up there because realistically, we don't need it. I figure we might load the small dump truck between a dozen and maybe 15 bags of garbage. So easy load this year, and kudos to everybody who did not go dump up there this winter, making the cleanup a heck of a lot easier this year.
We are looking for Parks and Rec commissioners and Planning and Zoning commissioners. Both commissions have 2 seats open on them, and we're having problems with holding meetings because of not being able to get a quorum. So if you know anybody, talk to your neighbors. Hey, join the commissions, please. We have advertised for, starting today we did, a public works clerk. We are looking for a public works clerk. We do not have one anymore.
And why is that?
Because I approached the mayor. Well, actually, Charlie and I approached the mayor. We discussed it and thought that we could combine his public works clerk position with the deputy clerk position because I had not gotten any applicants for a deputy clerk. And we were just trying to, at the time, our thought process was, let's just try and keep things moving. And we approached the mayor, and he was in favor of the idea. So we went with it. And now Charlie is my permanent deputy clerk. We do not have a public works clerk. He is not the public works clerk. Him and I are handling as much of the public works duties as we can that we are able. And Mayor Cole is handling the director position since it is vacant. And Charlie has been amazing. That's my favorite thing of this whole month. I mean, him and I have a good rapport. We have changed the entire office, the entire structure, we're getting things accomplished. Things are getting caught up. The website's getting caught up. The change is very positive, and I think you'll enjoy and benefit from the changes that we're making. And I'm very pleased. So please, I'm introducing Charlie Shoup as my deputy clerk.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlie.
And June 6th is our birthday celebration, our 60th birthday. Christian, could you please elaborate?
From a mile away from the microphone. So I'm still getting a lot of stuff finished on it, but we are going to have an anniversary celebration here at City Hall. We've got the flyers. I've got an updated one that has a couple sponsor logos on it that we're going to post publicly tomorrow. But on June 6th, we're going to have a celebration here at City Hall. We're going to invite some of the local legislators, some of the local community leaders, and also the public. It's going to be an ice cream social. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be celebrating our anniversary, our birthday. And you can't have a birthday without cake and ice cream. So Miller's Market is going to come over here. They're going to have ice cream. There's no cost to the people that are attending. Councilmember Courtney's business, Calico Bakery, is providing a sheet cake, cupcakes. So there's going to be cake and ice cream to celebrate the city's birthday. And we're going to have some pictures around here decorating, showing some of the history, some of the past, and then talk about the future of the city as a community, And part of that is going to include, we're going to have the 3 logos that are on the wall over there. People can give input on it. You don't get to decide, the council gets to decide. But this is an opportunity at a public session for you to talk to your council members about what you like about certain logos, which ones you don't like, which ones you abhor. But it's really all about, it's all about the birthday party of the city. This is our 60th year. June 6, 1966 is when the city incorporated the city of Houston.
Councilmember Courtney, could you please talk about the logos?
Oh, I do need to make one thing. It's 3 to 5 on Saturday, June 6th. And that's immediately following the Rotary Club's doing the river cleanup. That's why we want to make sure we didn't conflict so we could have people attend both if they wanted to.
Should be a fun day.
Okay, so for the logo contest that we held, we reached out for the last month of, what was it? April, to see if we could get any apps or logos sent into the office. And we had gotten 8, I believe, total. And the committee of myself, Charlie, and Melissa decided the final 3 logos to be presented in front of the council for final vote. And those 3 have been posted on the city page. I've seen them on the community pages, and also they are hanging on the wall. So if you haven't seen them online, you can take a look. But we had a lot of great entries and a lot of good talent out there. So thank you for everybody that submitted. And I wish we had more time to have more submissions, but with everything kind of snowballing here into June, I think we got 3 really great options.
Amazingly quickly done. Yeah.
Yes. Mayor, that's all I have for my report.
Okay, Chief, you want to cover anything on yours?
I'm trying to think if we covered everything. The only other thing I was asked to add to the clerk's report actually is that the Mat-Su Borough is also, and I think the city, but the Mat-Su Borough was out there actively looking for election volunteers, people to help with the election. So if you're interested in that, let the Mat-Su Borough know about that. I don't know if you're looking for any too, but it'd be early for ours.
Yeah.
Other than that, like we we're talking about, Susitna Rotary Club's doing the river float on Saturday, June 6th. That's going to start about 10 o'clock. If you want to get a ride up to the river, float it down. The purpose of it is to clean out the river. We do it every year. Rotary's, I think this is the 14th year that they've been doing it. And then the whole idea is come down here, have a nice barbecue, and then come up here and celebrate the birthday with the city. It's the biggest thing I can say. The only other thing I would like to add, since it happened after the 1st, it's not in my report, cat colonies. We still have them in the city. There's 2 of them that we cleaned up recently, 15 cats off of White Rabbit Drive and 13 cats off of Birch Harbor Drive. And by cleaning up, I mean collected and taken to a shelter. I don't mean anything nefarious. They're not feral. They're not wild. They'll all be adopted out through rescue groups, to the Mat-Su Borough shelter, whatever we have to do. So they're out there and we know it. We're doing everything we can.
Council, have any other questions about? Okay, let's move on then. Brings us down to public participation. Public hearings. Clerk, would you read the ordinance?
Ordinance number 26-06, an ordinance of the Houston City Council, Alaska, authorizing the city of Houston to accept a Tier 1 grant awarded from the Rasmussen Foundation in the amount of $21,035.
Yeah, we'll open the public hearing at 6:40 for 2606. Anybody have any comment? Going once, going twice? No one wants to speak on 2606? All right, we're going to close the public hearing at 6:41 for ordinance number 2606. Anyone want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2606.
I'll second.
This is a grant, I know, that Charlie and Melissa had went after for our Trails Foundation, or our trails throughout the city for the ski trails and everything like that, that is in the process of being constructed. I think Bear Paw Park now has some of them. And anyhow, this machine will be part of the groomer process for it, and wherever else the Parks and Rec group end up putting some. It's that's what I know about it. Anyone have any questions?
Just a quick question. On line 37 from the last meeting, was that supposed to be changed from the Matsu Parks and Trails Foundation to the Rasmussen Foundation?
Well, that money is coming, was already, I think, showed up, waiting for us to accept it from the Rasmussen.
It says Matsu Parks and Foundation under 37, line 37. So I thought the last meeting we had talked about that was going to be changed to Rasmussen Foundation.
It might be. I don't know.
That would got by me, so, but
Yeah. I'll make sure it's changed.
yeah, you are very correct. So, line 37.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
It did not get corrected. So I'll make a motion to amend line 37 and replace Matsu Parks and Trail Foundation to Rasmussen Foundation.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for the catching that.
Motion's been made and seconded to amend line 37, changing the wording Matsu Health Foundation to it's hard for me to say that, Rasmussen Foundation. Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Ready to vote?
Yep.
We're now approving motion to approve ordinance number 26-06, an ordinance of the Houston City Council, Alaska, authorizing the city of Houston to accept a Tier 1 grant award from the Rasmussen Foundation in the amount of $21,035 as amended. Councilmember Lewis?
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We're approving the motion to approve as amended.
Yes, that's what I thought. Aye.
No problem. Councilmember Johansson?
Aye.
Councilmember Khan?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, if you want to read the next one.
Item 7B2, ordinance number 26-07, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending the fiscal year 2026 budget by appropriating $49,551 from the capital account fund balance for architectural and engineering services for feasibility report for Station 9-3.
We'll open the public hearing for ordinance numbers 2607 at, let's call it 6:45. Anyone like to speak on ordinance number 2607? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing for ordinance number 2607 at 6:47. Anyone want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2607.
I'll second it.
So I just had a question. We don't have any other information on here in the packet. I was just wondering what all is included in that feasibility report?
It'll cover the way it's going to be designed, the featured elements of it. It'll give us a cost breakdown. There's a list of them that the grant requires to be in it. Or I should have probably included that in quite a bit.
So it'll include usable architectural drawings of the building?
No, it'll tell you like all your site conditions, basically how to build it. It won't get into the actual design of it.
Okay, no specifications or anything, okay.
Well, there will be some that we have placed in there that the city wants to be done a certain way because they want it to be an emergency shelter too. So there will be certain criteria that's
Okay.
got to be met, yeah.
Councilmember Mitchell, starting on page 93, you can go through and look at some of the questions and communication that they had with the companies putting their bids forth that kind of explain what the feasibility report would entail and stuff.
Yeah, I remember this was requested a while ago. So I think it's a good idea to get an idea. This is going to have a cost breakdown, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be good. Thank you.
With the cost breakdown, that includes the ongoing maintenance.
Yeah, it should It will definitely be covered in the final design piece, which will, to get the grant funding allotted to us, we have to have the preliminary and have the cost information. In the final piece, there will be an analysis, once the design is actually completed, which would be the next phase, that the grant would actually pay for, would be all those additional steps, which would be your cost analysis for operation, all the structural elements of it, how big, thick your pad, everything will be in there.
Does it break it down? There's a percentage that is public works oriented and a percentage that's fire department oriented.
It will be, well, so like on your heating side, it'll say X amount of building is fire, X amount of building is public works, and there'll be a heat analysis done that tells you how much BTUs per square foot it takes to heat those sides, and we can make a dividing factor based upon that. And we could actually do separate electric meters if we wanted to for the, we're a little bit reluctant of doing it that way because there's pumps and different things that operate that would be more on the public works side.
Is there currently a planned intention of what that percentage would be? 50-50, 70-30?
It would be more like a 60-40 in my mind. But like I said, the cost.
Fire,
analysis-
public works, or
Yes. The
60?
public works being the higher side because
Okay.
they're using the facility every day. But it's pretty easy if you have if you have fire responsible for one side of the building for any maintenance and the public works responsible for the other side.
Would the scope of that report include alternatives to be able to achieve the same objective with assets we currently possess?
Say that one more time.
So does it consider that we already have the other two fire stations, and does it factor in the need to appropriate funds for an additional fire station?
Well, the need is kind of there already for the third one because it cuts the radius down of where it's located so that the people on the east side will have the same fire rate insurance as the other two areas where
Is there a large
The other
number
two-
of residences affected?
it is the largest area where it's the most populated, dense area in the city is where this is going to be located. Chief, you could give us, if you have any additional information on that.
Want to do that? The feasibility study primarily just looks at the feasibility of the building itself, what we're looking to do there, and whether that property can do it. You're talking about the differences between the fire stations. There are a number of buildings, so there are three different formulas that look at where the fire stations are. So you have your 5 mile radius, which is what kind of protection do you have at all? And right now, on the east side of our city, there are a number, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but there are a number of homes that are outside the 5 mile radius. But the biggest thing that is affected is the 1.5 mile radius, which is your first new engine is, they look at the math of how close the closest engine is, if it's within 1.5 miles of your home or not. And that weighs into a lot of insurance coverage premiums. Because they're looking at, is it gonna take 8 minutes to get there, or is it gonna take 2 minutes to get there from the engine rolling out the door? So those do weigh into it, but the feasibility is not gonna, from my understanding, look at what we have now and say, well, you could do that there. It'll just look at what we're proposing for a building and say whether we need to do that at that site and whether that property can handle it.
Correct, yeah. So the feasibility, maybe I
understand.
misunderstood your question. The feasibility will only be about the building itself.
I guess I have a concern that the more we invest into pursuing that path, have we already exhausted, like, for example, are there current needs on existing infrastructure that have to be updated and renovated?
Well, there will be. I mean, this building definitely needs to be upgraded at some point.
The 9-1, for example.
And
that's
9-1 will
very
need
dated.
that, but to be able to take 9-1 offline, they're gonna need another place to be able to put things.
True.
That was actually part of our idea, we would have 9-3 upgraded to where it's more of an emergency center. We could actually even shift City Hall to there for a short period of time to operate from it if we needed to update or to remodel this building. So there is a thought pattern we put to that process.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay. So this whole conversation started at the fire department level. So Fire Station 9-1 building is older than probably half the people in this room. It needs a significant amount of repairs that need to be done to it. The biggest problem to it, though, is the fact that it's on the wrong side of the bridge if we lose the bridge due to a natural disaster. So when we lose that bridge and all of the people on this end of the city are dependent entirely on a 3-bay station, the fire station that we have right now at Station 9-2 is not adequate to hold all the apparatus that we need. And we have vehicles parked out back right now because we don't have enough bay space. And Public Works has vehicles that are parked outside. So the primary purpose of it was the vehicle storage aspect of it and protecting the city's investment in these apparatus. That was the primary purpose for that building. For sure. And it would decrease the heating costs because unless we open these doors, the heating oil is not very efficient.
Yeah, and that'll be gas over there. There's gas already at Cherry Lake. So just getting Public Works out of this building to where the doors and stuff aren't going up downstairs, and it'll be over on a facility designed for it, there'll be savings to this building for sure.
Well, this is a feasibility report. This is going to let us know approximately if we can even do this with the grants that possibly could come in. And so we have, the senator mentioned that it's made its way up the chain a little bit as of right now. There's no action taken on it yet, but it sounds like they're fighting for us at the Juneau level, which is awesome. If we can get this match grant, that would be a huge step in the right direction. And this study will tell us if it's possible to build it for what we can get in grant funds. And so if we can get it paid for with grants, man, that'd be awesome to get a free building. And I think it's necessary for the city too. It's awesome.
Yeah, currently there is no Public Works facility where anything can be done. I mean, you virtually have to pull the stuff outside and do it on the ground. So this would be a huge upgrade, just being able to service their, changing their blades, changing their oil inside a building versus out, down in our thing downstairs, which is not much.
And when 9-2 was planned, none of that was considered at that point, right? So
I don't know. I wasn't in the city at all.
how old is 9-2?
What was it that was not considered?
Additional need for sheltering vehicles, things like that.
Station 9-2 was designed specifically for the southern built-up portion of the city of Houston, which was a Houston High School in the commercial district. It was designed for an engine and a tanker, so at least 4,000 gallons of water on site, and at that time, a rescue truck to be operated out of the south side. We were limited to the amount of funds that were available. That was funded by a state of Alaska legislative grant that, I don't know if Senator Wilson was there at that time or not, but we only had $2.1 million to work with. So that was the maximum that we could get out of that grant.
Chief, I have a question. Currently, the fire department, you guys have all of the equipment, all of the, what are your outfits that you wear? What are those turnouts? You have all of that stuff updated. You have everything you need to go into a fire safely as of today?
Yes, we do. So the apparatus, we do need to start getting them cycling out. There are several of them that are more than 20 years old. But however, we can still operate safely. All of our equipment, we just did pumper service testing a week and a half ago. Every single apparatus that we have passed those pumper service tests. All of our gear is updated because of the council last year with the capital grant that you guys and gals provided us. The expansion to the Fire Station 9-3 is an essential part for keeping the residents on the eastern side of our city safer. Again, like I said, primarily, my big concern is when you look out this window and you see this hill behind here, that's Castle Mountain Fault. That is literally the fault line. So the person that decided to build a fire station on the fault line, I don't know what their day job was, but it wasn't planning. This facility would provide an area central in our largest built-up residential portion of the city of Houston. We do need fire trucks, but the city of Houston, I don't think is going to be able to finance fire trucks at the extent that we need, so we're looking at options for that. But they are operational.
I just have a hard time spending, or the thought of spending about $50,000 on a report when I'm just trying to figure out how many loads of gravel that would get us to fix our roads or start fixing them. So to me, I don't know. This $49,551.70, that's coming straight out of our budget without any grant money to help cover that, correct?
Which item?
Yeah, it would be coming out of the capital account.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be flipping the bill for that 100%.
For the Durango, is that?
No,
For the
study.
for the feasibility.
Oh, yeah, yes.
It could potentially be sunk cost, if that's what it costs. When is the, when does it due? When would we be expected to see that report finished?
The feasibility study, we will be trying to get done by August, September. And that will let us engage the federal government for the money that's already been set aside for Houston. Then all we have to do is come up with a match to that, which currently our reserve, we would take every penny of it, but we do have the match there. Now, we're in dire need of a public works facility, period. And being able to add the fire station to the other side of that is, added benefit to it. But we don't even have a public works facility right now. There's no place. We have a place, we've got some of the equipment stored inside, but it's far from adequate to ever call it a facility.
So now that we will no longer need an animal rescue center or a shelter here in Houston, there's that building available. Is that even, could that be retrofitted to meet some of our needs without spending this much
Well,
money?
Chief and I had already talked about putting some of if you look out in the yard there, we've got some new equipment that shouldn't be outside. We would love to have everything inside, because especially diesel in the wintertime, and this last winter was extremely hard on stuff. When you have heavy equipment outside, and it's just not good, especially when the guys have to get in the morning and go do work with it. So the best thing we can do is come up with some storage that we can put it inside and cheaply heat it. And that's another advantage of being over on Sherry Lake. There's already gas there. Where it's the most economic, it's also where some of our main traffic lanes are. So as soon as they left the facility, they would actually be plowing snow where it mattered. There's a lot of advantage of having it in that location.
Just one more question. Do you know an estimated cost of this building when it's finished? Like, have you ever gotten any quotes of what it might cost the city total, or what the project would cost total?
Yeah, there was some general, which is, if you said $350 a square foot for an open bay, I mean, there's no fancy finishes in a fire station or public works. It's basically outer walls and some inner sectional walls. So it's pretty cheap construction. So if you use the standard construction numbers as your estimate, and that's what the feasibility study is going to come back and actually show that. It's about 3.2, 3.4 is what it's going to end up.
And if we get this grant, I couldn't hear Senator Rauscher very well, but what was the percentage that a grant would cover?
Well, we're hoping that they end up covering the whole thing. We're asking the state of Alaska for $650 to cover the 25% match that the federal government portion is. So then it would be zero out of pocket for us. That's what we're hoping for. Otherwise, we have to come, there's a couple of different ways we can do some, it's still out of our own pocket, but it's, we can use some of the gravel sell to the, for the pad, I'm talking. And so you could sell the gravel to part of that for using as part of the match. There's also in-kind service where we do haul the material there that can be used to offset. But there's a lot of different options that we'll look at once, if the state is not successful.
Okay, so we're not sure that we're gonna get it 100% covered.
I'm gonna bank that I'll be able to get it done.
I have a couple of questions. For the fund balance that's listed on the ordinance here, that's from January. Do we have an updated capital account fund balance?
Yeah, if you look at the, in the current budget there, that's being submitted. You get you which page it is. Now, I don't think that the treasurer's had a chance to take out, but if you go to this page here, there's a summary. And it's the CIP Fund 2. And that gives you kind of the anticipated where we'll end up. Oh, it's still, now that, but still got the 117, so there's gonna be a little less than that.
Now, one of my other,
That'll get updated when I give you guys the final one.
okay. In her communication with Wolf Architecture in terms of getting their quote to do the feasibility report, it was stated that this was a proposed public works / EMS facility intended to replace the city's current public workshop and the existing EMS facility, which, one, we don't have an EMS facility, we have a fire department, and they are two different things. And intended to replace the shop and the facility. Is that what was communicated in the grant, or did she just
Well, not for the grant.
not speak properly in this communication?
Yeah, I wasn't here during that period of time.
But Melissa wrote it.
Melissa
Yeah.
wrote that part to get the quotes. The grant is is based upon a fire station and a public works facility.
Okay, and today, if they did the feasibility report strictly, if we took away the public works side and just did the fire department side as originally intended, because I was here at the beginning when all of this started between chief and a former public works director, it was just supposed to be the fire department. Would the grant cover just the fire department side of that right now? If we were just to do the feasibility report on the fire department side?
No, it's actually
Sorry.
just the opposite. The grant would be, you could take the fire station away from it and it would cover, because the grant actually is for covered storage for the equipment that was purchased by Senator Murkowski. She's the one who made sure that we would get the grant to get that equipment covered. And so we could theoretically pull the fire station from it and downsize the building size, but just to get the equipment coverage. But I don't recommend that. I think we're better off to stick with the plan. Any other questions?
Jason.
All right, no other questions. Let's call for the vote.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to approve ordinance number 26-07, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending the fiscal year 2026 budget by appropriating $49,551.70 from the capital account fund balance for architectural and engineering services for feasibility report for Station 9-3. Councilmember Courtney,
Nay.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Nay.
Councilmember Khan, Jason, can you hear me?
Sorry, I said nay. That's on me.
Your vote for ordinance 26-07?
Nay.
Yay or nay?
No, nay.
Okay. Councilmember Lewis,
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole,
Aye.
motion carries 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, you want to read the next ordinance?
Can we take a recess before this one?
Mhm.
Do we need to vote on that? I can't remember if we,
Yeah.
I make a motion to take recess.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to take a short recess. Councilmember Johansson,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole,
Aye.
motion carries unanimously.
We'll take one for 7:25. We got lots to cover. You good? All right, we're gonna reconvene at 7:25. You already read that, right? Okay.
Charlie, are we ready? Okay. Jason, are you on?
I am.
Okay. We're on item 7B3, ordinance number 26-08, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending Houston Municipal Code 2.04.090B, administrative duties. As chief administrator, the mayor shall, and 2.04.090C, compensation. The mayor shall receive monthly compensation provided they are actively working for the city at least 160 hours per month.
We will hold a public hearing for ordinance number 2608 at 7:28. Anyone want to speak on ordinance number 2608?
Christine Nelson. I'm a little concerned about the ordinance, the way it's written. I understand that we should be compensated for a job done. And so if we work the hours, we should be compensated for them. However, the problem with the ordinance is that we're raising the minimum required hours to 160. And I know as it currently stands, at this point in time, there would only be one person on our council that would be able to fill that role. And so if we were to look back in history to prior councils, or even forward what we don't know, can we ensure that we are always going to be able to fill that 160-hour requirement that this is proposed the way it's written? So I would ask the question, is there a way to strike the 160, leave it at the 100, but compensate for up to? So if that person works those hours, let's go and compensate them for them. You know, if they're working a full-time position, they should be compensated for it, but not raise that minimum to something that may not be achievable, because again, it's going to require somebody who doesn't already have a full-time job in order to work a full-time job for the city. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Sandy McDonald, and just let you know, I am, there we go. Sandy McDonald, I am opposed to the ordinance the way it is written. As Ms. Nelson just mentioned, I think there's flaws in the way it's written, not compensating for time paid. It's one issue, but demanding hours, I think that's a whole different ballpark and should be considered in a different manner. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Gary Miller, and I'm in favor of the proposal. And I think if you drive around the city at all and see new construction everywhere you look, the town has finally come alive. It's growing leaps and bounds. In fact, it's pretty quickly going to go crazy. It's got to be hard to hold on to from a council perspective. There's a lot happening. I guess the only thing that I would prefer to see, if I could, would be a requirement for less hours. But it's just hard to, what if it's 39 and a half hours? You know what I mean? So for me, if it were just a little more reasonable on the hours, I'd be good about it. But It doesn't really matter who the mayor is, if they're dedicated to the city, and if they're working hard, as all of you are, then it's time to compensate. And we did live in an era where everything was volunteer, and that was good. But that was a long time ago, and it's kind of a new day. And so I think it's very fair to compensate somebody that's doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Diana Ring. Other cities where I've lived, the mayoral situation was an elected position, and this city doesn't meet those guidelines like things I'm familiar with. And I know that it's hard to grow a village or a city without a lot of time and effort. And you do put a lot of time and effort in, and any mayor would do that, I'm sure. But I feel like instead of having a mayor voted for by the council, I think it'd be in the best interest of the city to have the mayors elected by the people, and then it be a required full-time job if we're going to pay a full-time benefit. That's where I come from. That's where I've lived in communities like that, and that's my recommendation.
Thank you.
I don't like these rolling chairs.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing for ordinance number 2608. 7:32. I'll make a motion to approve 2608.
I'll second.
I'd like to cover a couple things on Ms. Ring, or Mrs. Ring. The reason why the mayor comes from the council, we're a second-class city. I actually looked into it my first year as being mayor to try to get it to where the people could vote. If it would take a special election, cost about $3,000 or $4,000, and they have to include all council members when they do that. And if you put out an election and that council member cannot do it, then you have to do another one, so you could tie up the election process quite a bit to get to that point. And then I'd like to cover one other thing. When I first became mayor here, I had a full-time job for 2 years. Fortunately, I had a very understanding boss, and I was good at my job. I put in as much hours as I do now then. My Saturdays and Sundays, if you can go back and look at my old time cards, there wasn't a month that I didn't have at least 120 to 130, even though I was only required 100. Even 2 or 3 years ago, that's what it was taking. So I don't want to hear that people can't do the job. People can do the job up here. It's sacrifice, but you can do it. What I want to, I look back at those days that I did that, and I don't know if I would want to do that again, but you can do it. And we're only doing it for a year at a time. It isn't like we're doing it for 3 or 4 years at a time. Every time this comes up, it's 1 year. Can you make that commitment 1 year? And that's all that's being asked of the mayor here. So that's all I got to say on the whole thing, Council. Anyone else?
I mean, I do have to sort of agree that the current structure does limit who would accept the mayor role. I mean, I was nominated for that role, and the reason that I didn't take it was because I have a full-time job, and I don't think I could apply the appropriate amount of time to the role. Some highly motivated individual might be able to do that, but that's just not realistic for, I think, most folks. But that's true with the current standard of 20 hours a week, 25 hours a week, 100 hours a month. It doesn't introduce a new problem. It's a problem that already exists. Folks that are, still in their working years that just don't have the time to take on that role.
Anyone else?
I was just curious as to how, we have several full-time positions, correct, in the city? And not to say that any of those positions aren't as difficult. That's not at all what I'm saying, but is there a requirement that all of those positions work 40 hours a week? Is that typically the standard for most full-time?
The full-time ones are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so the mayor position is kind of the overall manager of all of those full-time positions. And there's a lot that the mayor's responsibilities are. I just don't see it as 100-hour-a-month job. I don't think that you can adequately get that amount of work done and be there full-time. If all your employees are there full-time, I think it's responsible for that manager or the mayor acting as the city manager to be there while that work is being done, to oversee that. But I understand the mandatory 160 hours might be a catch. I can see that argument for sure, because it's if there's not as much to do certain times, or if they can't be there certain times, there should be a little bit of leeway there rather than it being the mandatory 160 a month. But I can understand that argument for sure.
Well, they could be amended if anybody wants to make a motion to amend that. I'm not opposed to any amendment on it. So I was just trying to approach it from a realistic position. If you're having full-time employees, we're asking them to be there 160 hours a month. How do you manage the people if you're not going to? It can be done, yes. But Houston's mayor is not just a mayor, it is the manager also. So you have two duties or two jobs that you're actually trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
So there's many times that you might have ceremonial things that are after hours that the mayor duties would be going to mayor meetings or mayor functions. I guess when I originally wrote that, I wrote it in not trying to limit the guy. So maybe get rid of the maximum and just.
Well, and it says required, but then line 71 and 72 says in months where hours worked are less than the required 160, then it's prorated essentially.
Right.
And anything under 120 hours would require council approval. So there is actually a stipulation in there saying that if you didn't work a full 160, you still get compensated for your hours. And I think what this solves is that the mayor typically would work over 100 hours, and we're just making sure they're going to get compensated for their work. And I think that's a honorable thing to do for a position that takes a lot of work. So in a position where somebody is working already 160 hours and only getting paid for 100, I don't think that's fair. So.
Well, even with this increase, it is still the lowest paid employee for the city with no benefits.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it as it is.
Still not fair compensation.
It's not.
What was the rationale for removing the personnel officer clause?
The what now?
Currently in our code, the council can approve a personnel management officer, right? So there's a line that was removed pertaining to whether or not we have that flexibility going forward.
Well, I think
To
the way that
appoint a
this is
personnel
written,
officer.
it just changes that it would require us to approve it instead of him being able to make the decision autonomously.
Yeah, I don't think,
This says unless the council authorizes the mayor to appoint a personnel officer. So it would just have to come to vote now instead of being a silo decision.
What's the rationale for that being included with this particular ordinance? How is it related?
well, I think the change there is, or the wording of it was kind of what Jeff just alluded to, that it would be automatically placed here unless the council wants to do something different. You want to read that again, Jeff? In case there's a,
It says it will serve as the personnel officer unless the council authorizes the mayor to appoint a personnel officer.
so the duty, going into the position, you're going to know that that's your duty. Unless the council decides to do something different.
So I also noticed in the ordinance, it describes all of the duties of the mayor, which are already stated in the Alaska statutes that authorize or that give the power of the city to the mayor. So that's also redundant, and that's for
It is
just
to some degree.
declarative,
Yeah,
just to make it obvious.
to make it
More
obvious for the Houston, anybody here in Houston that is wanting to be mayor or aspiring to be that, it's clearly in our code. There's no ambiguity. That's not, this is what we're expecting for this body.
But I still think it leaves the door open down the road when I'm pushing up daisies, that the city gets so big that the mayor can't be both anymore.
Oh.
It gives us an out to spawn off a
100%,
personnel
yeah.
manager.
Well, he'd probably come crying to you wanting out of it. Or her, him.
Well, I'd like to make a comment on a few residents that stopped into my shop the last couple of weeks to discuss this with me. And they would like to see the mayor be more of a weak mayor, more of a ceremonial mayor, and then a city manager be hired. Because for reasons that the city manager would be a hired position, and if it wasn't working out, that position could be terminated as mayor, as an elected official. And if people weren't happy with what's going on, that's harder to eliminate that position, such as a recall. But this is what I'm hearing from people that are coming in and visiting with me about this.
I worked under both versions. The best comparison is Palmer is a manager and Wasilla is a mayor. And if you look at the years, Wasilla's been a much more successful city as far as for, I feel, to be responding to the people. Our mayor is only elected for a year at a time, so it's not hard to change the mayor every year if you wanted to. A manager is always beholden to 4 people. And I've worked in those, if you get a good, strong manager, it can move the city along well. But it also can create a lot of contentions in a city. And it costs about $150,000 to $175,000 to have a manager. So unless we got any rich residents that want to donate towards the coffer of that, I mean, it's not in our budget right now to do that.
Yeah, this pay raise brings it up to $38,000 a year, which is not even really a livable wage anymore. And
yeah,
you're not going to hire a city manager for triple that. It's not really financially feasible. Might be less political, but not in the budget. We don't have the budget
So at
for
the
it.
current pay, with the current hours, it's roughly about $9 an hour.
15. Well, if you take what it actually takes, but it's $1,500 or $15 for $100.
Yep.
$1,500 for $100 is what it works out to. Good luck trying to get it all done that amount of time though.
Well, and I looked to do a comparison and immediately ended up with the salary schedule in the city to see what others are paid, so I didn't have to talk to folks directly. $20 an hour is the lowest full-time grade and step combination that the city has. It's grade 2. All the grade 1 positions are temporary or seasonal. Grade 2 is where any full-time role starts. And they go steps 1 through 10 based on how long you've been in your role and all of those things. So $20 an hour at the city is grade 2, step 1. Grade 2 is described in our personnel manual as an entry-level, non-skilled position such as a janitor. That's the standard that we're trying to bring the mayor up to, is the entry-level, non-skilled position.
I would think, I've heard a couple comments out there. I would think that the additional compensation may help bring other candidates forward, not reduce those. And there was someone told me about a perk. There is no perks for this job. And so if anybody knows there's a perk, let me know, because I don't know of any.
Yeah, I agree. I think it may attract a different category of city council members, maybe some that would want to take on a full-time position. But again, this is something that can be worked out. If somebody would take the position but says, hey, I can't dedicate 160 hours, but I could work 100 hours, it just takes council approval to do that. So what this is doing is it's making sure somebody that's working 160 hours is getting paid for 160 hours. And I think that's more than fair. Well, still not fair. We discussed that. Still not fair compensation, but at least you're getting paid for those hours.
I think it raises the bar so the effective pay rate doesn't change. If we're doubling the pay, doubling the hours almost, then it's effectively the same. So it nullifies the change. I'm concerned about the hours. I
So
think that
the
reduces
salary
the
goes from
candidate.
15 to 20.
I see it as 9. I'm looking at the 40-hour week current, right? And it is a volunteer position. Okay, so it helps offset some costs and so forth, but it's going to significantly reduce the pool of candidates within our 2,000 residents within our city here to make it mandatory 160. And I say mandatory because certainly, yeah, the council could approve that, but the level of scrutiny that would go, it would create a lot of drama if the mayor didn't, like I said, raise the bar to that level. If the mayor didn't achieve that standard, then it becomes another scandal, which we've seen in the past recently. So I think the hours is a significant concern. I think that deserves some thought. What are the ramifications in the future councils? What are the constraints that it's going to put on them? I am in favor of increasing the pay. I always have been. Because I don't know when was the last time that was changed. How long has that been in place?
I thought that same thing, and it's 2023.
Really? Interesting.
2023 didn't.
That's what when I looked through code, that was the date on the current
Look that up. There-
scale. I thought it was 2023.
What was it changed?
Because
from?
I
Do you
thought,
remember?
no, it didn't. I couldn't
Well,
find anything previous.
2023, it changed the section of mayor of how they're elected. It didn't change the pay.
That's okay. It was just that section, it was when that section was passed, and that was because I figured somebody came to this number in 78.
Even in 23. it's-
You know what I
it's still-
mean?
It's still dated because in the past 5 years, our rate of inflation has dramatically increased.
So
It's
that was
not
the
kept up
only
with
indication. I wasn't able to find a previous mayor pay value in any of the documentation I could find on the website or anything. So I don't know what it was before it was the 15 or how long it was that.
Yeah, we can find out, but it was significantly a while back. Councilmember Lewis, what do you think would be fair? I mean, as me sitting here, I would not want to put someone in a false sense of understanding to think that they could do that job at 100. I've never been able to do that. Actually, I take that back. I think there was 1 month that I was able to do it for 100 hours. I think I celebrated that month. But that's the only time. So I actually just tried to look at it from a realistic standpoint. What does it take? And you got to remember, you have 2 positions. You got a manager that you're managing employees that are working full-time.
I understand.
And then you have your ceremonial duties that take place afterwards.
When we apply the standard of time for the job, that takes away from what somebody might be able to do who is more or less efficient. And there's a lot of factors that play into that. Experience and what might happen to be going on within the city during that time period, right? So that ebbs and flows. We know that.
Well, I mean, we can certainly remove the maximum or wherever that word is that's making people balk at it, because there's already provisions to work less.
Right.
For, yeah,
Really, the way-
120 hour minimum. I mean, honestly, this isn't a position that, this is a position that has to, it takes a serious person doing the job full time. I just don't see how this, running an entire city that is growing and infrastructure's coming in, we have way more grants managing now, there's all kinds of stuff happening. I just don't understand like the argument that this isn't a full-time position. This is absolutely a full-time job. And this just makes provision saying that this full-time employee is going to get paid full-time. And if you can't take on the position, then don't accept the nomination. I guess I don't understand the need to reduce the hours of a job that should be a full-time position.
Because there's already provisions to work less.
Right. The way this is written, what it does is caps the mayor at 160 hours.
Right.
If you work between 160 hours and 120 hours, you just get paid prorated. If you work less than 120, the council approves you getting paid prorated. And that just basically puts a catch in it that publicizes that the mayor is working less than 120 hours. But either way, they're going to get paid whether they work 80 or work 160. It's more of a cap than it is a minimum.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions on it? I mean, if anybody wants to make an amendment,
There's a lot bundled all there together. If we were voting on each aspect independently, that'd be different. It's all in one ordinance. So making a change at this point would be a substantial change to the ordinance. And I've thought about that. I haven't come up with a way that wouldn't be substantial.
Well, my intent was to make sure that anyone that was doing the position knew all the work that was involved in it. So that they weren't in some misunderstanding of what the laws require, the job requires, and that the citizenry can expect that they're doing. So I wanted to make it as clear as I could as far as for the duties. The flexibility is still built in there for the hours. So I don't know what else you could do for that position.
And any one elected mayor could come in and work 80 hours a week and just get approval by the council every month for their hours. It doesn't take out the ability to work less hours. And I don't really see how to Jeff's point, when he was speaking earlier, he was mentioning, I can't do it, and I can't do it with the current standards. Like myself, I wouldn't be able to take the mayor position at its current standard either. And that increasing this doesn't take more people out of the running. If there's only one person on the council, then anyone running for council should just assume that maybe I would be nominated and I should be prepared to take that role if that's something I feel called to do. So I don't really see it as a hindrance for future councils. To Mr. Miller's point, this city is growing pretty rapidly, and there's going to be an increasing workload from here on out. It's not going to get easier from here on out. So this puts in place a way for a mayor working full-time to get paid full-time. I think I don't really see any issue, especially because it does give an option to work less. So I'm ready to call the question if everyone else is.
So, Councilmember Brazel, you said that it was a cap of 160 hours. On line 68, it says working for the city for at least 160 hours a month. And
Which
to
one?
me, and my understanding means like that has to be done.
What line is that? I'm sorry.
68 and 65.
But then on 69, if you work over 160 hours, it says that your compensation cannot exceed 3,200 a month. So if you work over 160 hours, you're only going to get paid for 160.
I know, but it says you work for the city at least 160 hours. That to me means a minimum of 160 hours.
Yeah, we could change that.
Yeah, we could change that one line.
I think that would be
But
good
if
to
you-
change it.
If you go down to 71, it says in months where hours worked are less than the required 160, the mayor shall be compensated in hours worked at a rate equal to 1% of the monthly compensation multiplied by the number of hours worked. Compensation for less than 120 hours per month requires council approval. So a couple lines down there, yeah, seems like there's a drafting conflict between what's on 64, 65 and what runs from 71 to 74.
We'll make a motion. I'm not opposed to changing something that, if it's clashing.
How do you resolve that? Just strike 64 and 65?
Or strike at least.
Yeah.
Just strike at least, and then it just reads, the mayor receives monthly compensation provide they actively working for the city 160 hours per month. If you take out at least, then it's not like this is the minimum you can work.
No, because then what you end up with is the mayor receives monthly compensation provided they are working for the city 160 hours a month. The outcome doesn't change. It still says you get paid if you work 160.
But then
So yeah, that line's got to be changed.
69 says they can't receive more than 3,200. So
right.
So if you work over 160, you're not getting paid more at that point. That's the cap.
No, but this one actually says it makes his compensation or her compensation dependent on making 160 hours. That's what 67 and 68 effectively does. You could easily argue that sorry, you worked 159, you get nothing.
Can we just put in there that a cap, like you said, a cap of 160? So you can work up to 160 hours?
There you go. Yeah, we could swap out at least to up to.
Up to, yeah. Someone make the motion. Get it done. Kelly, you want to make that motion?
Do we need an amendment form?
This is simple enough. We don't need a form, I don't think.
Okay.
I make a motion to amend line 65 and 68. Striking the words "at least" and adding
Up to?
Does that make sense? Up to 160 hours per month.
Yeah, yep, that works.
I'll second.
Okay, clerk?
Just a minute.
What line number?
I can write, but not that fast.
That was on 68.
65 and 68.
It's on both 65 and 68. Right?
17.
And 17?
Yep.
Yep.
Sure is.
We can change the title then too.
And it's in the title.
Line 7.
Yeah, so 7, 17, 65, 68.
Are you okay with that, Kelly? Adding, putting line 7, 17.
All of them need to be changed, yes.
Yep. Because I'm adding to your,
Okay,
I just need your approval.
I
to do
approve
that.
that.
Okay. Do it.
Who seconded?
Jeff.
Jeff did.
Motion's been made and seconded to amend ordinance 26-08, line 7, 17, 65, and 68, striking the words "at least" and replacing with "up to."
And title.
It's in the title. That's what I said, line 7.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does that need to be changed too then?
Do you see something else?
Yeah, line 71. In months where hours worked are less than the required 160 hours.
So just strike the required?
Well, we got amendment on the,
Yeah, you'll have to do another one.
Okay.
let's vote for the current amendment and I can do another.
Motion's, okay, so I'm going to read it again. Motion's been made and seconded to amend line 7, 17, 65, and 68, striking the words "at least" and replacing with the words "up to." Councilmember Johansson?
Aye.
Councilmember Khan?
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis?
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion to amend line 71 to strike the words "the required."
I'll second.
Striking what?
The word, the required,
Be required?
the required.
Is that what you said?
So, yes, so that it will read in months where hours are worked less than 160 hours.
Can't you second it?
Yep.
Councilmember Khan? Oh, sorry. Motion's been made and seconded to amend line 71, striking the words "be required." Councilmember Khan?
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson?
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney?
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Another main motion?
Hold on.
That is pretty substantial. I agree. I don't know if this is the correct timing, but I would like to ask an additional point of clarification. So what provision in the ordinance do we have for accountability of this?
What's that?
For example, how do we know that, not talking about anybody who's currently on the council, okay, but how do we know that that mayor is working those hours?
It's turned into the treasurer every month, and it's a treasurer duty to check.
Isn't there a threshold for that? Like you have to work so many hours below the minimum before you actually have to?
Yeah, it's 100 hours.
100? Okay.
120.
Oh, 120.
So now it's 120. So the rest of the language is the same. We've just adjusted to the 120. Okay. That's important.
Yeah, line 86 says the mayor shall provide a report of hours worked monthly to the treasurer. The report will include dates, hours worked on site and remotely. The report will be made available to the council upon request. And I believe the clerk has to sign off on the timesheet, correct? Or the treasurer?
Well, yeah, the treasurer.
Treasurer signs it, so.
And what's 86, 87, 88 is not a change. That's already in.
Right. But there is a provision for accountability. Do we need to postpone to have another public hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because of a substantial change to the, yeah, okay.
Okay, well, we've got the changes now that we wanted, and it really was for the budget is why. Just so the council knows, one of the reasons why I was rushing to get this in is we had the budget for it too.
Right.
So I think we've come to a good document where you can put it back, wait 30 days.
And still leave the November effective date in place.
Yeah, we're
Plenty of cushion.
we're in good shape that way. Okay, so let's, I'll make a motion to postpone.
Why don't you just add another reading?
Huh?
Why don't you just add another reading
Another reading.
Hearing.
for the order?
Hearing.
Yeah, another hearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right, instead of postponing it, we
Yeah,
could just
okay.
schedule another public hearing.
Yeah, so we'll schedule another public hearing for, was it June 11th?
So is that your motion?
Yeah. At least we've noodled out hopefully all the issues.
You need a second?
Mhm.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to add an additional hearing for June 11th for ordinance number 26-08 with the new language. I'm adding with new language to your motion.
Okay.
Okay, are you guys ready to vote? Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson. Aye. Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, if you want to read the next ordinance.
Ordinance number 26-09, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending Houston Municipal Code HMC 2.04.100, adding C, compensation. The deputy mayor shall receive a $200 monthly stipend for assisting the city at least 10 hours per month.
We'll open the public hearing for ordinance number 2609 at 8:15. Anyone in the public have any comment for ordinance number 2609?
Sandy McDonald, I would ask you consider the same thing, that you just postpone this. The words "at least" are in this ordinance as well, and does not give any breakdown if any less hours were to be worked, nor does it give a percentage, which needs to be considered in the last ordinance as well. When just look back on lines 71, it talks about percentage of how much you're going to pay the mayor. You need to consider that too. But this ordinance has the same words of "at least," and so should just be considered to be postponed till time certain or brought forward again.
Anyone else?
So help me here, does that compute out to $20 an hour?
The last one.
Huh?
Well, it actually raises from 15 to 20, the last one.
20, so.
No, there's no current.
Deputy mayor gets 20, mayor gets 15, am I right?
Oh, the deputy mayor doesn't get anything.
Well, I thought it was a $200.
No, they get nothing.
They get nothing.
Not right now.
Not right now.
Currently, we get.
No.
The ordinance
They
is
should
to
get-
give him some
Yeah, they should get something.
or her.
Just one thing, I'm retired, but I have some employees, and I pay my operator for excavating like $35 an hour. And all he does is sit in there and move this one and that one and digs a hole and listens to his music. And not a ton of responsibility. So I have a little trouble quibbling over a couple bucks here and there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no others, we'll close the public hearing at 8:17. I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2609.
Second.
I'll just kind of give you guys the background. This is another one of my brainchild. I've had to work and ask our deputy mayors for the last 3 years to basically take on what Mike Adams helped us tremendously during the lawsuit with the treasurer. I don't know how many hours the man put in, but it was a lot. Dave Childs, I had him do many things for the city, up and beyond what he already did for the council. And it just, I don't like to have to, I mean, as they always will help, but it's very inconvenient when you're not paying someone to expect them to meet deadlines and things like that that the city needs. And it's reason I put this in now because there's never ever enough money to do it, and we had budget time, so I put that forward at this particular time so that the council can decide to do that. Already, as a council member, I don't know how many hours, Jeff, you put in our IT system, but it was a lot. So not even going backwards, our council, this is a pretty giving group of people. And, but on that particular position, I've always asked a lot from the deputy mayor. So this is like, is a no-brainer for me to be able to help take the sting out of his life for being able to do a little extra for the city. And I hope people would appreciate the work these folks do for you, because a lot of them do a lot. That's all I got to say.
I do agree that the language is vague, that the responsibilities of the deputy mayor are already outlined in HMC, sergeant of arms, and to be a backup. And there's also a compensation plan put in place as backup for a prorated $15 an hour in the current code. So there could potentially be a conflict there, a 200 on top of what already is compensated should that go into effect. But my main concern is just it's vague. The responsibilities, if we enumerate them. For example, this is my first thought, 10 hours, we all put in 10 hours a week at least. That's not hard to do. Just this past week, well over 10 hours. So I think everybody could reasonably agree that the language is vague as it stands. So if we could do something to improve that, I've pondered it quite a bit. As deputy mayor for 4 or 5 months, you're certainly more in tune. But thinking forward to a future council where it's not Mayor Cole, not Deputy Mayor Brazel, if there is a different relationship, different needs, different demands, we have to think more generically, not just the dynamics here and how that relationship works, where Jeff has certain expertise, which you can leverage and it's very helpful. That might not be the case in the future. So if we're going to codify something and mandate a 10-hour provided the stipend, it's a token number. I mean, it's not necessarily significant. I know many members, including myself, we donate everything that we make to the fire department anyway. So from that perspective, I don't see that it really changes anything. And in that regard, I would say make it 200 and remove the 10-hour requirement. If we're not going to explain what assistance to the city means, then why put it on there at all?
You brought up a good point, and one of the reasons why I didn't make it specific is because each year there was completely different roles, and we just happened to have the right guy in the right place that had that skill set. I'm not opposed to doing that a different way at all. In fact, I kind of like what your idea there. This was a way for me to get something in for a budget, so however you guys want to handle it, I'm fine with it.
And I know that there are scenarios also where other members of the council are asked to do duties that are above and beyond the 10 hours.
Yeah.
So there's no provision for that. So in a way, it elevates that role just based off of the title, implying that they're going to be doing, they're going to be the one doing those things, when in reality, we all offer different skill sets. We all contribute.
Oh, 100%. But the council, we did address the pay and council, I think it was
It was last year, wasn't it?
was it last year?
Last year.
Where we put in a mandatory, you'll be looking at that every 3 years. So every 3 years, the council will have a chance to review those. The duties that have always, well, since I've been and had a deputy mayor, that I would put more on their plate than I did the normal council members. That was a little difficult to say, okay, we're gonna have that redundant thing. So I mean, maybe it's just the position you look at. I don't know, however you guys want to look at that. I'm not opposed to any change in it. Like I said, I was mainly just trying to get it out so that it would be budgeted for. Councilmember Khan, you have input?
No input, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to make a motion to remove the requirement for the 10 hours unless we can enumerate exactly what those duties would be. Just remove the 10 hours altogether.
It is per month. It doesn't change anything. I'm just saying we've been saying per week a lot, and it's written per month.
Oh, was I saying per week? I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think it'd be good to just take out the 10 hours altogether. And just,
Excuse me, there's a motion on the floor. Need a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I think, sorry, out of line as usual. I think it'd be good to just, because the deputy mayor position is asked more than the typical council member, I think it'd be fair to just give a $200 stipend to the deputy mayor, take out any minimum requirement of hours, but also just if whoever's in the deputy mayor position in the future feels like they want to donate that $200 to the fire department, that'd be their choice at the point. But if you're going to require, as a mayor or even just a deputy mayor has requirements that are more than the general council member, I think it just goes to a biblical principle. It says that a man's labor is worthy of his wage. And it's just a principle we should stand on as a council, or as a city, that we compensate people that work for the city. If somebody's coming in and giving above and beyond the normal council member, I think compensation is adequate. And what they do with that compensation is up to them. If they want to donate that 200 as well, that would be their choice at that point, but at least they're getting paid fairly for the extra work they're being asked to do.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lewis, may I adjust your motion?
Absolutely. To be more specific.
Yes. Going off of what Councilmember Mitchell stated, rather than just remove the 200 or the 10 hours per month, stop at the deputy mayor shall receive a $200 monthly stipend, and then remove for assisting.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That was my intention.
So that's on line 6.
I
Are there any other lines?
15 and 34 and 5.
15. 9, 6, 15. Line 35, 34 and 35.
Well, at least it was consistent.
Okay. So I am amending your motion, or adding to your motion, I should say, to read, remove from lines 6, 15, 34, and 35 for assisting the city at least 10 hours per month. Yep. If you're agreeable and Councilmember Mitchell
Yes.
is agreeable.
I'm agreeing.
I'll second that, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Motion's been made and seconded to amend ordinance number 26-09, removing from line 6, 15, 34, and 35 for assisting the city at least 10 hours per month. Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson. Aye. Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
So Joe, is this another,
No.
I don't think so, because all you're removing is for assisting the city at least 10 hours per month.
Yeah.
but it's not changing the compensation at all? Okay.
So I think you can vote on the ordinance.
Okay. Now we will vote on the main motion as amended. Ordinance number with corrections, amendments. Ordinance number 26-09, an ordinance of the Houston City Council amending Houston Municipal Code HMC 2.04.100, adding compensation. The deputy mayor shall receive a $200 monthly stipend. Councilmember Courtney,
Nay.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye. Yay.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Nay.
Councilmember Khan,
Nay.
Councilmember Brazel,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel, excuse me. Mayor Cole,
Aye.
motion carries 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, this comes to audience comments. Does anybody in the audience like to speak for 3 minutes? You want to? Okay.
Christian Hartley. I just wanted to take advantage of this to piggyback on what Ms. McDonald brought forward. Back on that ordinance that we were talking about, the one prior to this about the mayor's salary percentages. The 1% that was in that code was based on a 100 hours. So 1% of 100 hours would be 1 hour. If we're to use the same math now, under the current language, a mayor who worked 160 hours, if that passed as it is, would receive $3,200 for the monthly pay. If they chose instead to work for 150 hours, they would receive $4,800 because 1% of 160 is 1.6. They'd be getting paid 1.6 hours per hour worked. So that's where she was talking about that percentages. So make sure you bookmark that. I just wanted to add on to that.
Anyone else in the public like to speak for 3 minutes? Seeing none, there's a request for taking another break here. No?
I would go for one.
Okay. All right, we'll call,
Can I just say it because I need it?
Yeah.
I need it. It's medically related. If that's okay.
yes, we're going to recess for a medical issue at 8:30 for 10 minutes. Is that enough? Yeah.
We're losing our crowd.
Can you go over the consent agenda and the added item that we have there?
We added ordinance number 2611.
26.
Do you want me to read it?
Yep, just get everybody up to date.
The item that was added, oh, this is not the right one. Can you give me a copy of it?
Yes, I do, somewhere.
The item that was added to the consent agenda is ordinance number 2611, and I'll read it into the record for you. An ordinance of the Houston City Council amending Houston Municipal Code Title 10 Land Use Regulations for the purpose of creating a new chapter 10.15 prohibiting the construction, establishment, and operation of data centers within the city limits of Houston, Alaska, and adding the penalty of violation to HMC 1.16 general penalty.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Who seconded?
I did.
Yeah.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda
As amended.
as amended. Thank you. Councilmember Johansson? Aye. Councilmember Khan?
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis?
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney?
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, brings us new business. Read the first item.
Action memorandum number 26-02, authorizing the mayor to contract architectural and engineering services from Alder Architecture and Design LLC for feasibility report for Station 9-3 in Houston, Alaska for $49,551.70. The council agrees to waive the limit listed in HMC 4.10.130A, which exceeds the $20,000 limit. This is a one-time authorization to sign a PSA, professional service agreement. This report is a requirement of the USDA grant process.
I'll make a motion to approve action memorandum 2602.
I'll second it. Council have any questions on this? I think it's pretty self-explanatory before. Councilmember Khan, do you have any questions on action memorandum 2602?
I do not.
Okay. Go ahead, call question.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve action memorandum number 2602. Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Nay.
Councilmember Courtney,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Brings us to resolution number 2605. The resolution of the Houston City Council accepting and adopting the fee schedule for FY '27. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'm making a motion to adopt resolution 2605.
I'll second that.
Anyone have any questions on the fee schedule?
I have a question for Chief. The excavator that the fire department owns, how come that isn't listed on here? Isn't that what
That's listed under track hoe, I believe.
the track hoe that's listed under Public Works?
No, it's just listed under equipment.
Oh.
And that is the rate that is set at the National Forest Service rate for type 2 excavator.
So we've got the fire department fees and then just equipment fees. So with it being listed under equipment fees, would the fire department get that money or would it go to another department or another section of the city?
Through the mayor. Any revenue brought into the city goes to the general fund and then appropriated by the council.
Even the one,
Yeah.
okay.
That is correct. Good answer. Any other questions?
If Public Works is using the backhoe, does Public Works have to pay? Because I know the fire department.
The only time that we would charge a city department for that rate was if it was being grant funded and it's being used as a match toward the grant. It's just like we don't pay sales tax because it would just come back to the city anyway. So there wouldn't be any logic to the fire department having to pay for something. And then again, go back to the general fund, be reappropriated to us. So no, when it's an interdepartment exchange, there's no
However, if the department using it, like today, blew a hose, that department will pay for that hose to go back on.
Okay.
The only question I have is, I know we discussed this last time, and I'm just seeing that a flatbed truck, flatbed trailer, road grader, backhoe, street sweeper, brush cutter, brush wood chipper, skid loader, firewood processor, all of those have the same rate for rate with operator as they do just the daily rent, daily, weekly, monthly rental. Then the track hoe, the 12-yard, oh no, I guess just the track hoe is the only one that has a higher rate for rate with operator. I guess I didn't know if that was
That's because of the Forest Service.
the Forest Service.
Based on the Forest Service rate.
Okay. So that's consistent with their rates.
Yeah, and then the Public Works section, there's a FEMA schedule that applies to that. I think I sent that schedule out to everybody.
Okay.
Any other questions on the fee schedule? Seeing none, go ahead and call question.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 2605, a resolution of the Houston City Council accepting and adopting the fee schedule for fiscal year 27. Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, brings us to resolution number 2606. A resolution of the Houston City Council sitting as the city zoning board approved the findings and recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commissions for a rezone request by Mustard Seed Development to change approximately 14.51 acres from H Holding District to R1 Single Family and Two Family Residential District located at 4188 S Kenlar Road. There should be information on that in the packet. There was some changes on this, just to let council know. When it went through planning and zoning, they did not have the plat, they did not have, it was improperly requested to be a multifamily, which the lots wouldn't be big enough to be able to be that. So there was a change that was done in the paperwork that we're seeing from what the planning and zoning folks saw. So that's the biggest difference. And this on COH 150 is the actual plat. And those are big enough for all the lots there are big enough for a single family home.
Has a motion been made so we can discuss it?
No. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2606.
I'll second. I was looking at the properties noticed, and I was just curious. The entrance, the property line for Big Lake Baptist Church, I believe is within the 600 feet of the property line for this property that we're looking at. So I was curious as to why that property wasn't noticed. They noticed a person who is no longer living at an address here. But under code, everybody within 600 feet of the property has to be noticed. So my question would be about the Big Lake Baptist Church, because I believe that is 600 feet from their driveway to where that property line is.
It's right across the street here, yeah.
Yeah,
It's right across the section line.
Yeah.
so that would be by code, property owner that would need to be contacted.
Did we not reach out to them?
Public Works made the list. And they used the list, the same list for this notice.
Those are the people that are
Those are the people that went out there. Went to the last part. Because it would have been when you was in the store.
Well, I don't have a good answer for you, Councilmember Johansson. I assume it was dropped off by accident and not because it wasn't a residential lot, but that is not the case. Why don't you do that real quick as we ponder here?
And are we allowed to have Mr. Miller come up so we can
Sure.
ask him questions?
We can actually,
If you're okay with that? Well, my only other question is, I know that creek that runs there, I've been going since my kids were little ones, watching the salmon and everything. So I know it's the salmon spawning stream. And from the road, you can see that you've cleared all the way down to the creek and everything. Does that require an Army Corps of Engineer? I'm so tired, my brain can't think. A report done?
No, it does require a fishing game permit,
Okay,
which they give it. I haven't seen it yet, but I've been in contact with Mandy at Fishing Game.
okay,
They're totally fine with what's happening,
okay,
and I'd be the schedule I can be too.
okay. Got it.
anyone else have any questions for Mr. Miller while he's up here? Thanks.
Thank you.
I remember when we had a work session about the potential zoning restrictions and landscaping changes that we're trying to go through planning and zoning. We had a work session, we all sat in here, and one of the things that we talked about was who can and can't create subdivisions and the standards that would be around that. There was talk about residents versus people coming from the outside, all of that. And at one point during that process, I suggested that, if we're going to try to limit the scale of subdivisions coming in, that it would probably be a good idea to make a minimum lot size in the city. And I don't remember who said it, but I remember being told somewhere in code, there's already a minimum. And that minimum is 1 acre. Is that right?
It's just shy of 1 acre and it's
Yeah.
a borough restriction. It's like
Yeah.
0.99 or something like that, 40,000 square feet or whatever.
Well, this was approved by the borough.
Because we have a 0.95 and a 0.93.
Yes, this.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't contradicting ourselves.
Right, no, it is the borough, and they actually approved this.
Yeah, we were talking about size because of septic. And, you know, there's lots in the Bryant subdivision that are 0.7 acres. There's actually, I think one of them is just under 0.7 acres. And there's still plenty of room to put a well and a septic spread out on each lot and not be an issue.
200 feet, isn't it what it is?
It's 100 feet.
100.
Yeah, it's 100 feet from a septic to a wellhead. And a 1 acre lot or a 0.95 acre lot is plenty of room to put in a well and septic on each one and have that setback, because you can put all the wells, and I don't know what the subdivision, I don't know if there's gonna be any covenants or anything like that for the subdivision, but if sometimes you can pre-approve septics for each lot. I don't know how far you're going with each lot. If you're developing and building the homes and selling the homes or whatever, it doesn't matter. But you can set up stipulations where in the subdivision, you can have, each lot has a pre-approved septic location and sell the lot with a pre-approved well location and all that stuff, especially if it's in any flood zone or anything, all that can be permitted. So 1 acre or 0.93 acres is still plenty of room for everyone to have their own well and septic without any distance issues.
I just wanted to make sure that, 3 months down the road, when somebody started seeing action over there,
Yeah.
this didn't come back to us saying, well, these lots aren't big enough. Why did you approve these? You know what I mean? And if it's a borough restriction and it's already gone through the borough,
It's already run through.
then there we go.
Yeah, the borough subdivision codes.
So just to cover, we do have a code 40,000 square feet, it's 0.92 is the amount of acreage. But I just wanted to point out to Councilmember Johansson's comment, the public notice for the 600 feet, even though the city has done it at the council level before, actually, unless it is a CUP, only applies to the planning and zoning commission. So as long as it was posted in the newspaper, the city council met its obligation for public record, for public notice. I can give you the code for that, but it doesn't sound like a planning and zoning sent it out. Let's see if they did do some code.
Well, he went through there, but there was some mistakes done at planning and zoning from our public works department that it wasn't gonna rectify the situation there, so I moved it on to the council. We have final approval anyhow. And they were not Mr. Miller's fault, they were the city's fault. I did not know that, Chief. That's a good piece of information.
So the errand we just sent Charlie on is
Mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good exercise.
Well, I would like to know that because we need to correct that at the planning and zoning level. It's still a requirement. If they did it at that level, that's fine, but it doesn't really apply to us. Which I will, so this brings up another one of those things. It is getting so hard to get in newspapers that we're gonna bring forward a change on how we have notices going out. Because it's a problem.
It is, I can speak to that.
Go ahead.
We are now only allowed to submit something for publication on a Monday. And it won't publish until Friday. So it messes with your dates in the code. 15 days prior, blah, 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 and there's no leeway whatsoever. If you don't get it in on a Monday, it's not gonna be in on a Friday. And you have to do it by that week. And the cost for something this big that you see in a newspaper that not everybody gets, you know, and I don't, the frontiersman is very expensive. So it's not, if it was the Anchorage Daily News, it, you know, would be different. But we don't get that out here either, you know? It's just, and I promise you out in the villages, having been in one and a clerk in one, there's no papers out there and they're not doing it.
Well, I think we just need a more efficient way to notify the
Yes.
public.
Right. It just seems
Posting
like
it in a
a
newspaper.
reasonable, like, modernization of code.
Yeah,
It
it's
it
just-
is, and it's, we're able to do it. I already checked from the state.
Yeah,
side.
they keep, every year, for the last 2 years, they've been talking about getting rid of that. It hasn't been done yet, but they keep, it's a topic
Well, it
every
doesn't,
year at conference.
from what I was told, it does not stop us
No.
from fixing our code.
It does not.
So, any ideas or any input you guys want to put, send it to the clerk, and we're gonna be working on figuring out how to make a better way to notify people. Did you get,
We're talking about the 1488 South Kenlar Road, right? The property? for
Yes.
the- Yes, every property was notified. The Baptist church is nowhere near 600 feet.
It's right across the street. I drive it every day. It's right across the street.
The
Well-
Big Lake Baptist, you are talking about the building on the corner of the Big Lake Road and Parks Highway?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay,
they're
that's-
building a new building. Well, they've been working on it for
Oh.
several
Oh.
years. They're right on Kenlar.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah,
I
their driveways
I
are-
notified every property that I found available on Parcel Viewer.
okay, well, it actually, we
So
found out.
maybe it's not on Parcel Viewer.
Yeah, I could look, but I notified everyone that I found within 600 feet.
Yeah, well, for tonight, I guess we're okay because we're not bound by the same requirement. Any other input?
Yeah, one thing I'd suggest, Mr. Mayor, this is Joe Levesque, the city attorney, is at the planning and zoning meeting, one of the first things that the chair has to ask the clerk or somebody is have all the property owners within so many feet of this lot been notified. And at that time, if that's a good way to catch it. And I've actually been to planning and zoning commission meetings where before the meeting even started, people came, raised their hand and said, look, I lived right next to it. I didn't get a notice. And they just canceled that meeting because it would be meaningless to hold the meeting if people hadn't been properly notified. So I just think that's a step that has to take place.
We were actually talking about getting reports from the different committees, and that being one of the ones, if they had, they would report to us, so we'd know that. So we will be doing that, and I think with a couple other changes we've got in the works, we'll get this dialed in.
There's actually,
I have a comment about that. So I want to say 40% of every notice I send out gets rejected. And a lot of that has to do with outdated information on Parcel Viewer. Sometimes the names are wonky or there's extra numbers in there. And sometimes you have to decipher whether or not that is a apartment number or if it's part of their address. So a lot of it has to do with inaccurate information that is on Parcel Viewer. So if a lot of that was updated, I feel like we'd have more success in delivering those.
Thank you, and I can attest to that being the case. There's a lot of times I actually have to call the borough to see if they have a updated thing for their payments because their online viewer does not have the right one. So all of those things we have to take in consideration when we're coming up with the new way we're gonna notify people, because it's more difficult than what it really seems.
And you can see that's the Big Lake Baptist Church right there. It says it right on parcel viewer and how in relation it is right to the property lines for Mr. Miller and everything where so it's definitely within that 600 feet and everything. So it's right there on the parcel viewer. It's a very large property that they've got right there. So.
Does it have an address? And it's something they could have updated after you did what you did. I mean, because this has been going on 3 months now, Gary? 4? What'd you say, Charlie?
It does say it was updated in 2026, but it doesn't.
Well, for tonight, the same requirement, according to what Chief read in the code here, we're not bound by. None of this was Mr. Miller's fault as far as the delays. It was the city's problem on several different items. So I'd like to just move it forward.
Yeah, as long as it isn't something that's gonna come back and bite the city again because we didn't notice a property owner. That's my only concern. Cause for me, it's showing that they've owned it since 2012, so I'm not showing any.
I know a lot of good Baptist people, and I would certainly be willing to go talk to the pastor there and let him know what action we've taken. And if they have any complaints, hear them. And I'm not sure how that works from a church standpoint, but I have no problem about contacting. And I will put that on my list to do. I don't know how that would actually work if a church was, first of all, I don't know why they would object to it, but if they did, I guess it would have to be the board.
The board or voting members, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's listed on here, on Gary Miller's application. Surrounding properties, it says Baptist Court or Baptist Church on the corner property. Have you spoken with the Baptist Church about it?
I was there, but I didn't get a chance to speak to anybody. But I have not put a tape on it, but it's just so hard to imagine that my property is less than the 600 feet. The Baptist Church is around. You know, also should be noted that that whole area is holding zone. And people are building houses and they're not coming to the city to get any changes.
Yeah.
And they're building them right across the creek from the Baptist church within 150 feet. So it's the kind of deal where everybody has to play the same rules.
Yeah.
Where are they building houses?
Just on the other side of the creek, there's cabins back in there, and that's all.
Oh, I was talking to Chief about that today. I actually think there's some squatter action going on back there is what I think is going on. Because like I said, one of the names on this list here for people noticed, that person has not been of this earth for several years. So I think that might be one of the properties that you're speaking about. And I think, yeah, so I think there's some squatter action going on.
Well, there's substantial that are, there's
Okay, maybe it's a different property I'm thinking of then. I'll have to drive by tomorrow. Okay, got it.
That's all holding over there. And actually, it's one of the many errors I have made in my career that I honestly didn't even know I was holding until it was over residential. It took somebody smarter than me to figure out how it was going. So once I found that out, I started the process of trying to get it passed.
Well, and that brings up a really, we need to, we'll have to do it at a different time, but I would like to have, when we do the work session on the budget, to include some zoning items and then take a look at getting rid of the holding zones completely. We should know in Houston at this point what is going to go where. And
I agree.
yeah, it's over time. And things are growing so fast, we need to get a handle on all that. And we do need planning and zoning involved. Problem is, they've been kind of dysfunctional without enough members. So we are working on it, but if everybody could let the clerk know what day would be good for a work session on the budget, that's just talking about what we're presenting now before next month. And I want to drag in the zoning issues that we know exist too. All right, so and I will contact Baptist Church and talk to them, but I'd like to move it forward. Mr. Miller's been waiting patiently for us to do something.
Everybody done? Motion's been made and seconded to approve Resolution -06, resolution of the Houston City Council sitting as the City Zoning Board approving the findings and recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission for a rezoning request by Mustard Seed Development to change approximately 14.51 acres from H Holding District to R1 Single Family Residential District, single and two family residential district located at 1488 South Kinlaw Road. Sorry. Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson,
Aye.
Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, brings us to resolution number 2607, a resolution of the Houston City Council approving the agreement for mutual consent outlined in Mayor Cole's letter to the International Union of Operator Engineers in Local 302. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2607.
I'll second.
Okay, this one's pretty self-explanatory. In 2018, the city did not take any precaution to reserve its right to refuse the union. So either so far, the union has met what we've requested. They had conceded that the director's position was not one that they could win, and they relinquished on the public works clerk position. So we're now just talking about operators that we have for the city. But the ship kind of sailed on the whole thing in 2018 when we didn't safeguard our rights at that point. And so we get to make the decision now. If we voted down tonight, it's already before the state of Alaska, and they plan on putting the vote before, I think it's the next third week of May.
I believe so.
Yeah, third week of May, that they will hold their own election. And my only fear is, so far, the discussions I have had with them, they've been reasonable. They've met our requirements of releasing a couple of the positions back to the city. I think we could actually probably come up with a good deal for the city. Now, how long that lasts, how long the employees like that, I don't know. The employees may themselves eventually say, we've had enough. There's only so much the city can offer them, though. So that's kind of where I'm at on the whole thing. Any other comments, questions?
Right. The reality of this is if we vote this down tonight, they're going to have a secret ballot vote of 3 people. 2 of the 3 vote yes, it happens anyway.
Yeah.
That's the long and the short.
Well, and you kind of put the city in a worse position because it looks like we don't care for them. Or we're not listening to them.
We lose goodwill.
Right.
We have the outcome is going to be the same either way. Either we have goodwill or we don't.
We have nothing to gain by voting it down.
Right.
Right. That's the way I felt about it. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, clerk, go ahead and call the question.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 26-07. A resolution of the Houston City Council approving the agreement for mutual consent outlined in Mayor Cole's letter to the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 302. Councilmember Lewis.
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney.
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Aye.
Councilmember Khan.
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson. Aye. Deputy Mayor Brazel.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Item number D, resolution number 2608, a resolution of the Houston City Council revising the city personnel policy procedure handbook by amending Chapter 2, Organization of Authority, Chapter 3, Employee Classification, Land, and Chapter 6, the Employee Benefit Administration. I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2608.
I'll second.
Those are the only chapters that were affected by the amendment, so those are the only ones I included. And I highlighted the areas that we're asking to have changed.
So on page, I guess is it page 163, there's a flow chart there. I can't read that. So what changes did you make to it? Or what changes were made?
So do you have the original one?
No, that's what I have.
What page is that?
161.
163.
6, excuse me.
Why is them so small?
I don't know.
I don't know why those are so small.
Hang on.
Could you at least tell us what changes were made to this? Or maybe we can put it on the screen?
I don't. But I put it on this screen, hold on.
Well, the main changes on this, I can tell you, was the relationship between planning and zoning and the Parks and Rec.
If I may.
Yeah.
It was just something that we noticed when the update was needed. It showed Parks and Rec being equal to planning and zoning, but by city code, Parks and Rec could actually be subsidiary to planning and zoning. So it just adjusted their position on this.
Okay.
On the tree.
Yeah, and it'd be like the second group. I'm gonna send you guys this file because you probably should have it. This is hard to read.
Very.
It's impossible to read.
I thought it was just me.
Even doing it my old people way with the phone, I still can't read it.
That's what I do
I
these days now too. Take a picture and blow it up.
I kept thinking I didn't have my glasses on.
Well, it's even
No, it's,
smaller.
yeah, the
No, it's
printer
still,
didn't
it's
make it
super
right.
blurry, yeah.
Well, it's a full-time, it's a full-size sheet. I have it on my thing. I don't know
Well, I
why.
don't know why it printed out that way.
It shrunk the whole page.
Yeah, it shrunk the whole
All of the pages are shrunk down.
Yeah,
Files are too
somebody did a minusing thing here.
It saved a little money on ink though.
Yeah. Well, Samantha's not here, so I know it wasn't intentional.
Way stronger glasses than this.
Even enlarging it on my computer screen, I can't see it.
No, yeah, it's
And
pretty bad.
just, if you could just send us a copy of that, please.
Yes. Well, the main thing, so I'll just go through it because this is extremely hard to read. On item number 3.52, we put at least 20 hours per week for the part-time employee because of the way the leave and stuff is set up in the back. If they cut it in half, we want at least half time or less, or at least half time of work when we call it halftime. So that was one change. And then the other one in chapter 6, I believe.
174.
So we had to add Founder's Day on the third Saturday of August. And then there was a kind of a misunderstanding in employees. So I provided an example of what it was meant under 6.3 paid time off there for versus no pay. And then on the compensation, under 6.5, this is just, again, to clarify how the comp time worked for the exempt employees. Because it wasn't being treated quite right. So anyhow, it just clarified what it was so it was clear. And I will definitely get you guys the real deeds. Holy mackerel. One I can't even read. So for that accumulation to be correct for a week's time, that needed to be added, and sick leave or a combination of all four. And before it said a combination of all three, so we included the holiday and saying all four. So if you had a week, let's say you had a holiday and you took personal time off. Now, this is only for an exempt person. And they still ended up working more than a 40-hour week. The additional time could be accumulated towards comp time, but you will have at least a minimum of 40 hours. The exempt employees have to accumulate at least 40 hours of using those four things for every week. Work or a legitimate benefit. If that makes sense. Just clarify a few things. And I apologize, I just never looked at the size of these pages. It's clear on my computer. Anyone have any questions on it? Oh, no, the other reason why I did it now instead of later, we had to budget for these things. So it was important to get the whole thing kind of, there probably was other revisions I would have done if I had more time, but I just didn't try to take them on right now. Just needed to get it straightened out for the budget. Questions? Councilmember Khan, do you have any questions? Gotta wait.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, let's go ahead and vote.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 26-08, a resolution of the Houston City Council revising the city's personnel policies and procedures handbook by amending Chapter 2, Organization of Authority, Chapter 3, Employee Classification Plan, and Chapter 6, Employee Benefits Administration. Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney,
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson. Aye. Councilmember Khan,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel,
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, brings us to resolution number 2609, a resolution of the City of Houston Council confirming the appointment of Cynthia Welcher as treasurer and authorizing the bank signature card to be updated to reflect the appointment authority, the treasurer to act on behalf of the city with North Rim Bank.
Cynthia Witcher, not Wilcher. You said Wilcher.
I apologize.
I was just clarifying for the record.
Okay.
Sun's still on.
Actually, Cynthia, do you mind coming up?
We need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2609.
I'll second.
Now, a couple of council members have already met her because they helped select her, but I would like to,
Oh, thank you, Charlie.
if anybody's got any questions,
I have a couple of questions. How long have you been in this temporary position?
I started April 6th.
And during this period, have you run into any difficulties? And if so, how did you handle or navigate the issues?
I don't think that I ran into any difficulties. I think that it's a unique circumstance. Usually you get some time with the person that is exiting an organization. And I didn't have that. Also, the clerk, Bridget Burke, was also
leaving the organization. So that created a little bit of, not difficulty, but certainly a challenge in that I didn't have that much time with the people that were in the position and did a lot for the department. The department has a good foundation. I guess the only other difficulty is that it was behind a quarter. The filing was behind, the reconciliations were behind. But that's just putting in the hours.
And what is your experience prior to this?
So my background is administration and accounting, operations management. I started out in the legal field. So I started out for a small partnership law firm. And I did that for, I don't know, probably 10 years. And I had an opportunity to do it for a custom boat manufacturer. So it was a metal fab company, but it was very interesting work. We did Coast Guard certified vessels for passenger workboat, the oil industry, geophysical type stuff. So there was a lot of federal code, and then I bounced kind of back and forth between legal after I left. I was with the boat company for about 15 years. So I have a varied background in a lot of different industry, primarily construction and legal.
I know there was an issue that occurred on Friday that affected paychecks.
Yeah, that issue was with Banyan. So it's kind of hard to explain. I'm not even sure I completely understand it yet. We have a call into Banyan that Melissa and I will attend together this coming week. But basically it looked as if it was accruing PTO twice. And so it's showing on the screen as two entries that look completely duplicated. So the entry was adjusted out, but in fact, it didn't accrue twice at all, even though it showed two distinct accruals for the period.
She's got familiarized with the Banyan.
I was gonna say, so that was.
It's an issue.
That was strictly a Banyan.
That was strictly a Banyan
issue and nothing
yes.
that you could control on your end.
No.
Well, actually, Lisa, we did learn something out of that. And I didn't get notified until it was already rebatched. We could have and should have let it go out and made an adjustment for the one person in the next pay cycle, so it wouldn't have held the whole show up. So we talked about and made sure that that will happen in the future.
Yeah.
But it is one of those unfortunate things when your machine isn't doing what you quite want it to do. And it's in the difference between, I mean, it actually happened to Samantha the first few times. And so we made that an option. If there was a mistake on that, we would adjust and that became a routine thing. If there was something missed, they would just take it up on the next paycheck. She already had that figured out by the time I had to talk with her, so I was pretty happy about that. But it is inherent to that program to be very, it can be frustrating.
Yeah, it can be very frustrating. Yeah.
Seems to be a banyan thing.
But you
for
just,
sure.
yeah, you just persevere.
Gotcha.
Was there an adverse, who was affected by that?
Well, all of the employees were affected by it. Payday was not until Monday rather than Friday.
But there was only one paycheck. I think what his question.
Oh, I see.
There was only one paycheck that was affected, but the whole thing caused it. I mean, because if we miss our deadline.
My question was more like towards what was the impact to any particular individual?
The impact was that payroll did end up being a day late. North Rim Bank was not able to pull back that ACH, but because they tried, it cancels the ACH. So that had to be uploaded again, and because of the time frame that North Rim requires an ACH to arrive at the bank in order for it to be deposited the next day, we weren't within that time frame. So it moved payday from Friday until Monday. North Rim did say that they would cover anybody who had fees or anything associated with the late payroll.
Is there any penalty to us?
No, none at all.
Did you deal directly with the people who were affected by that?
I did, yeah.
Okay, and how did you handle that?
I let them know that I would be collecting any kind of fees that they incurred and that we would submit those to North Rim immediately.
Sorry, I was just tagging on to what she was talking about.
Sure.
And I just have
Thank you.
one last question. Who is Melissa? Is that the?
I'm sorry, Melissa West. She is a temporary aide for finance. And when I am confirmed, she will also go permanent and fill the finance department's admin.
Also, it's a package deal.
Well, not necessarily a package deal, but we needed to move fast. We had no finance department. I was brand new. We brought in a temporary and hit the ground running.
Yeah, we're still going through all the process. And we did do the interview for the director and two of the council members sat in on the interview. We had interviewed one other person that wouldn't take the position because we couldn't offer the money. They were a pretty high-level accountant type that the city really couldn't afford. Cynthia answered one of the questions that it is one of I don't want to call it a trick question, but it is kind of a trick question. She's the only one that's ever answered it correctly. So I was fairly impressed with that she picked up on that. And so anyhow, that's why one of the reasons why I moved her forward. And we can't have finance empty. It's got to have people in it that can function. And I think Cindy will take the department and mature it a little further than what Samantha was able to.
Okay, then one last question then, since he said the other person wouldn't take it for what we had to offer. Why Houston? Why are you willing to work with what we can give you?
Well, because money isn't the most important thing. It offers me a quality of life. I live in Big Lake, so we're neighbors. It is a chance to be in service to a community, and that's very appealing. Yeah.
I have a question. Have you worked in government finances before?
I haven't worked in government, but I've worked in nonprofit a lot, which is very similar.
And then I'm just gonna kind of circle back around. What was your second question?
If she had run into any difficulties, and if so, how did she handle and navigate the issues?
Okay, I was just curious when she asked that question, why this payroll issue didn't come up. Why didn't you didn't be upfront with that?
I don't know that it was that I perceive it as a difficulty. There are challenges with Banyan, and you meet the challenge. You work solutions, and you have to work sometimes in a tight time frame. Sometimes things happen. So I don't see that as a difficulty. I see it as part of the job.
Well, I just feel that it probably impacted people's livelihoods.
It did. I mean,
Kind of a big
and
deal.
mine included everybody's. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's serious. It's not unserious.
But that's an ongoing software issue.
It is an ongoing software issue. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on how to improve that?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that you can improve Banyan. I think that time spent with Banyan and gaining that experience might somewhat cut down on those types of occurrences. But it's and I don't know that much about how old that program is, but it's somewhat antiquated. And it definitely has many limitations.
As director of finance, as a treasurer,
Mhm.
who do you think is responsible for solutioning that?
Absolutely.
Who?
Well,
Whose
I
role is
think,
that?
well, ultimately it will be the council, and the mayor and myself. Did I understand your question correctly, Councilman?
I would defer to you on how you best think we should solution that.
Oh, well, I think that we should get into a more modern platform. Absolutely.
The only thing that stops this is money.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We'll put that on the work session too, put a note to add that. As Councilmember Grazel has done a lot of research on it, and I think it's worthy that we have that conversation and start planning for it, because it's definitely something that Samantha was able to work through a lot of those things and they were passed down a lot of those tricks. But it is something that, boy, I would hate to have to work like that, you know? You're always worried about what your software is gonna produce for you. It drives me crazy. And when I have to pull it out of there and double check it in Excel, that's just not right. You know what I mean? So, and it's 1990 technology, so.
Yep. And no one can fault you for a learning curve for a faulty system. It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
That's just part of the
been
job as well.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you tolerating it
Thank
for
you.
the time being.
Any other questions for her?
Not directly for her, but excuse me, my brain's fried. So for new hires, is there the 90-day probation period?
No.
No.
Well, no. Once you put her on treasurer, that she'll start that as the 90-day probation period. I put them both now on temporary workers. And have that, I can do that up to 60 days. And we had to have somebody in finance, somebody that could start watching and taking care of that. And with both Bridget leaving, we had a short window of a week or 10 days before she left.
Yeah,
It just
about 10
happened to work
days.
out that I got a call from somebody that gave me Cynthia's number, and she was willing to come in and meet with Bridget the next day. So it was fortunate. I mean, sometimes living right actually pays off. Anyone else?
I just want to say thank you for
Oh, well,
stepping in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
It is
having me.
appreciated.
All right. No, I don't see any hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 26-09, a resolution of the Houston City Council confirming the appointment of Cynthia Witcher as treasurer and authorizing the bank signature card to be updated to reflect the appointment and authorizing the treasurer to act on behalf of the city with North Rim Bank. Councilmember Courtney?
I'm gonna say nay.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yay.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Councilmember Khan?
Aye.
Councilmember Johansson?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brazel?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Aye.
Motion carries 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, brings us down to item F, resolution number 2610, a resolution of the Houston City Council in support of the Alaska Pipeline Project from North Slope to the Kenai Peninsula. I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2610.
A second.
The reason this is on here tonight, I was talking to the governor's office, which has been in the news recently. Our legislators need a little help to get them over the finish line here. And so they've been asking all the cities to help them get support to get this project moving for the folks. It will virtually drop your cost of gas, all of us that live down here and that are on natural gas, a ton. It will help revenue come into the state. It's long overdue for this thing to be done. And so anyhow, that's why I put the resolution together in support of it. I think just about every community is going to be doing it. I know the Chamber of Commerce on the lower, which I kind of borrowed one of their letters as a model for it, because I wasn't going to spend a ton of time on it, but Chamber of Commerce in the Kenai had a good letter. So kind of copied on that. Everybody, so that's the history behind it. I mean, I would love to see us all unanimous on it, but vote your conscience.
I have a question. Where exactly is this pipeline going to be running? Is it going to be running right down like highway?
No, it'll be on the west side, the mountains, all the way where it'll connect at Beluga. But they will be bringing lines across in a few areas, and they're going to do a combination line to us and Willow so that there's pressure at this end of the line. I think they're going to do, it's been talked about, they're going to do one for Talkeetna also and Trapper Creek area. So that's going to be like taking down Petersville Road. The other one where it terminates at Beluga is because that's where all the gas fields are anyhow. They can take one line that they already have, goes to Kenai, a big main feeder, and they'll push the liquefied gas across on one of those, and then they'll distribute the gas back into the systems at Beluga. So there is planning and routing on it already done. In fact, from what I was told, the pipe was actually ordered. They're just waiting for our legislators to figure out how to get out of the way. Really, that's what.
And will Port Mac and the railroad be part of that project too? Is that?
The railroad is already part of that project, yeah, the upgrades, because they're gonna use the railroad to move the pipe.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes, so good question. I'd love to see it go, but anyone else?
I would too. I'd like to see it come 100 feet down Ballyshannon.
Well, so I am actually working on a piece of that yet. So I'll keep you updated on that one.
Well, I remember, it was probably a little over a year ago when we were approving the NSTAR project in Houston. There was rumors going around that the state was out of natural gas, and that it's just not. We have plenty, and I'm excited to see more of it but when we have more supply, we have lower prices. So I'm excited for that.
Well, and that's the crazy thing. I went to a meeting, an open house earlier this year with all the legislators at it. And they always make this mistake of saying we're out of gas. We are not out of gas. We're out of cheap gas is what the problem is. It costs them too much money to go after the gas in this area. They can bring it off the slope for half, bring it all the way down from the slope and charge us half of what we're currently paying. That's how cheap it is up there. It's virtually, they don't know what to do with it. They have so much of it.
It's the discovery and the new research, I think, is the.
Yeah, it's costly.
On the transport.
Well, for finding new fields for the existing.
Well, there's guys the other piece of that, our wonderful government sometimes, you gotta love them. Under, what's the one right after Pinnell? Walker. Virtually did not pay those explorers the money that they promised they were supposed to. So nobody has a good taste in their mouth about coming back here to explore. And you just can't do that to people and think that they're gonna wanna come back and do business.
So just so I understand that the reasoning for this is it's a declaration of support more than anything, right?
That is 100%
Because it's
what
gonna
it is.
happen anyway.
Well, I
This is
hope it
going to
does.
hopefully facilitate,
Well, the senator there tonight is that, he kind of asked for it indirectly, which I hadn't even talked to him about it. I told him, let him know that we were doing it. But I was doing it as a favor to the governor's office.
Sure.
To get that, let them work it. But I'm gonna send it out to all of them.
Let's
vote.
Call the question, yeah.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 26-10, a resolution of the Houston City Council in support of the Alaska LNG pipeline project from the North Slope to the Kenai Peninsula. Councilmember Johansson?
Aye.
Councilmember Khan?
Aye.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Councilmember Courtney?
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Brizzle?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. The item on the table was your ordinance.
Yep.
So we have audience comments. Anybody in the audience want to speak for 3 minutes?
So I've already talked way more than I intended to. I just basically came because of one ordinance about the mayor. I felt strongly about it. I guess what I would say, since I'm here anyway, is being terribly busy for the last several years, I haven't played a part in the city government at all. And in fact, this is the first meeting I've done in this building even. I used to come before, but anyway, I guess I appreciate your commitment to the city and the time you put in, work you put in. There's some differences of opinion on things, which at the end of the day is really good to hear both sides of every story and look at things. And you have some people that look very closely and are very thorough. So appreciate that too. And I guess my hopes are that, some of the things I see on Facebook and some of the dissatisfaction that goes on, I guess I'd just like to see just a little more unity in the city. And if that were to happen, I think the sky's the limit on what God could do here. And I believe you guys are in the right place at the right time. And I appreciate what you do. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. Brings us down to Council Johansson.
I would like to say thank you to the public that came out. We've got some diehards that are still here. Thank you very much for coming out and being part of the process. And also to those watching at home on YouTube, I see you. I get people that come and talk to me all the time about watching on YouTube and that they appreciate that they have that ability. And I appreciate them taking the time out of their evening to watch it. So thank you very much. Ms. Wiltshire, thank you very much. Wiltshire, I think I did the same thing the mayor did. My apologies. Wiltshire, Wiltshire, I apologize. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish you the best in the position. I know numbers make me cry, so more power to you. Good luck. I'd also like to say thank you to the rescue groups that always help out with the cat issues that we have here in Houston. They are a tremendous help, and I truly appreciate everything they do to help Chief Hartley out with getting these cats rounded up. It makes a big difference in the neighborhood. And people, if you're going to have cats, don't let them wander, or at least get them fixed. So, and I know the cleanup isn't until next week, but I've already seen yellow bags showing up throughout the city, especially like around Kenlar and Hawk Lane. So thank you very much to the people that are already out there cleaning up our city. I truly appreciate you. Thank you to the senator for his report. Even though I could not understand 90% of what you said, I caught bits and pieces. So maybe you could have one of your people send a condensed email with what you're going to be touching on, so we can get the gist of what's going on. This past Saturday, the Houston Fire Department Auxiliary had a bake sale fundraiser at the Houston Three Bears. And for those that don't know, the Houston Auxiliary is a nonprofit organization, and all money that comes into the auxiliary goes straight to the firefighters to support them in whatever they need. We buy tools, we buy uniforms. If you look at the budget for the fire department, we need all the help we can get. So Councilmember Brazel and his other half stopped by. Mr. Miller gave a very generous donation at the bake sale. We appreciate Three Bears giving us a spot so we could be out there all day. We just would like to thank everybody who came out and supported the fundraiser. This past fundraiser is actually, the majority of it is going to support one of our firefighters who is in a car accident, and he broke some vertebrae in his back. And he also lost one of his dogs in the crash. So he's unable to work at the time. So the fundraiser is going to support our brother at the fire department to make sure that he's taken care of while he's recovering from this. So thank you for everybody that came out. And last, close to last, I promise. I'd like to say congratulations to the Houston High School class of 2026. If they use all of the money, graduates were awarded a total of $1,327,680 in scholarships. One of the students alone received a $140,000 scholarship, and that is amazing. They've got some awesome kids there, and I know the Susitna Rotary, they had a scholarship that they gave away in memory of Kathy Tim, who passed away, I believe, last winter. So that was a local scholarship that got handed out. So congratulations to those kids. That is a very impressive number for a small school like Houston High School. So they should definitely be recognized for that. And my last comment, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. We've got a section of road here in town that's really, really bad. I mean, we got some really bad ones, but the section of Cherry Lake, and it says here in the budget, summary about owning a gravel source and helping repairing damaged roads around the city. And I just really want the city to do something about that section of road. Those people, I mean, they're paying property taxes like the rest of us. And let's really do what we can to bring that road into 2026 and take care of people. So I'll shut up now.
Councilmember Khan.
I'll try this. Hopefully it turns out clear. Thank you guys all for coming. Bear with me for while I'm speaking. But thanks for everybody that showed up.
I didn't catch much
Can you
of that.
translate
But
that?
all right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
I wonder, is it the speakers or is it the
I think
connection?
it was his phone. Sometimes the phone, sometimes it's our phone line. This is not a good.
And then we have a lot of acoustic problems in here. It's echoey.
Yes, it is very.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lewis.
As always, very much appreciate public participation for those who aren't here as well, just in case you get the message. We really all do appreciate that. It factors tremendously into our decision-making. And very much appreciate my fellow council members, the mayor, clerk, Joe. I very much appreciate the thoughtful, level-headed consideration of the issues to work through them and look at all different sides. It's very important. And thank you very much, Chief, for your input tonight. It was very valuable. Welcome to the team, Cynthia. Melissa. Y'all have a good night.
Councilmember Courtney.
I guess I'll just say thank you again for everybody showing up tonight. It's nice to see people in these seats so we're not talking to the ceiling and the walls. Thank you to the people online too as well. I'm gonna make this quick. I have a concern here. I know that I'm on the council and I do have businesses in town. The city had contacted me to make these cakes for this birthday party coming up on June 6th. And I just want to make it clear that I will be getting paid for this. And I want to give anybody a chance that has a problem with this to contact the city tomorrow and let them know if there's going to be a problem. I will forfeit the job and you guys can find somebody else. But I talked to Joe about this earlier and he thinks just me being forthright and forthcoming with it before the flyers go out. I just don't want there to be a problem because I can see there being a problem with this.
Go ahead.
Before they talk to you, they can talk to me. You didn't come to us asking to sell us anything. We came to you to ask because we know your reputation.
And
Thank you.
it's the product that the staff picked, and I said fine. So I mean, you can tell we like to eat, and
Well,
it's.
I don't want there to be an issue coming up with like a conflict of interest is all. I'm just putting it out there so the public knows what's going on and we don't have any problems. So
Yeah,
that's all I wanted to do.
And just so you know, we did disclose that at the beginning of the meeting
Yeah.
also. So
Yeah.
There
Okay.
was, that we already had kind of envisioned that if somebody was, I'd said, obviously you have not eaten any of her stuff, so.
Well, thanks. And then also for the logo contest, on June 6th, we're going to be unveiling the winner. But we were gonna have gift baskets for the first, second, and third place logos. I have been calling around town. I would like to focus mostly on Houston-based businesses to fill these baskets with goodies. I do have a list of things coming in, but if you are a business owner in Houston and would like to contribute to these baskets, whether it be a gift certificate, a hat, a t-shirt, a sticker, whatever it is, please contact me. Or maybe talk to
office.
Charlie at the clerk's office. Yeah. He's been kind of helping me with this all. So,
Well, just a small correction to that. The council will make final selection on the 11th.
okay.
And we just want more people on the 6th to show up and look at them and lodge their opinion.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Misspoke there. But yeah, if anybody wants to contribute to these baskets, please reach out. We would appreciate it. It's a good way to promote yourself.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do you have anything?
Nothing that I didn't already say.
Okay.
I would just like to thank the public again. Just great public participation, good ideas, civil manner. It was really good discussion. And so I appreciate that. Anytime we can get something done without a bunch of heat, especially on something that has drawn a lot of heat on Facebook, for it to be civil in the room here was pleasant. So thank you for that. Thank you, Charlie, for stepping in to fill, well, actually everyone, all the city staff. I know that absences has made the workload a little bit higher for everyone that works here. And so thank you everyone for stepping up. And thank you, Cynthia, for stepping in and helping our city. It is an appreciated service by many, the things that you're doing. And thank you also, Melissa, for stepping in as well. It's awesome to have good people come in and help the city. It is a city worth serving. I believe that. So, but it is appreciated, all the work that the staff does. So thank you. Thank you to Christian for all of your work as well. As usual, it's very much appreciated. You're a huge asset to the city. So thank you so much. Other than that, oh yeah, thank you for the clarification, but I don't see any conflict. If you were selling anything other than cake, I don't know if anyone would have a problem with anything other, but cake is not a non-controversial, cake and ice cream is just a non-controversial issue. My wife and I, when we became pastors and a council member, and you know, put ourselves in positions where we're become targets, we've often had the conversation, I wish we just sold ice cream and puppies. Because nobody hates you when you sell ice cream, puppies, and cake. It's a good service. So thank you. Other than that, yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller, for your input tonight. Thank you for coming, and thank you for developing many things in the city. The city owes a huge thank you. Thank you for starting Miller's Ice Cream.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness, you're a legend. Thank you.
Years of service.
He's a visionary, and I love the way that you work. You're developing, you're making housing affordable in Houston. You're offering more opportunities for more families to come in, especially near the school. I know of many families that live way out in Willow, up Hatcher's Pass, all over the place, that their kids go to school at Houston and they would love a place closer to town. And so you're offering a lot of opportunities for the city to grow. So thank you for that. Appreciate your work. That's it.
All right. I'll try to keep it short because it's very late. So thanks for everybody for coming again. I appreciate it. I was just telling the mayor literally last week that I have been hearing your name for 5 years and have never managed to get into the same room with you. So it's nice to finally put a face to the name and have that. Councilmember Courtney, thank you for the disclosure. Some of those things, it's just a matter of saying, hey, this is what's happening. And that's great. So, I mean, but if you had no intention of coming to the birthday party, the simple fact that the baked goods that will be there are coming from you is a reason to come. I've had your stuff multiple times, and super impressive. Thank you. And I'd just like to circle back to the Zero Lake cleanup, Saturday the 30th. We'll start, I believe we do it every year at noon, right? Yeah, I think we do it every year. Yeah. So Saturday the 30th at noon. This year will not be the heavy lifting that it has been previously, but we still need folks to come out and fill bags and do all the fun stuff that is entailed in a cleanup. I think it'll just probably be a little smaller scale than normal this year, which is awesome. I went up there on Sunday thinking, oh boy, here we go, more nasty pictures. And it just wasn't. So kudos to everybody for staying out of there and using the appropriate disposal methods.
We're gonna do pizza? Zero Lake, like last year?
We had talked about it. That's a good idea. You know what? I think a citizen supplied that last year. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll talk about that. Especially since we're gonna do it at noon. Probably nice to feed folks, huh?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I'll be very quick. I want to thank everybody that, especially Councilmember Courtney, for leading the new logo. And it's fantastic to see people come up with some very cool things. And I just want to thank everybody that participated in that. And thank you for the short notice and the quick reaction to it. And then again, thank Councilmember Courtney and the Little Mirrors for supplying our birthday with goodies for people. We're gonna half it. I mean, the guy, I forget his name exactly, but he took you over your ice cream shop there from you. Jake, yeah. He liked it so much, he was already thinking of something to do with the community. So we're splitting it together, so half promotional for him and half we get to help feed or give our folks the legendary Miller ice cream go. Yeah. And then please tell everybody that would like to, it's gonna be an ice cream social. We wanna make it a fun 60th birthday that day. Just a couple hours to show up and say, hey, Houston made it to 60. Let's see how far we can get it. And then a work session, I'm gonna leave it for you guys to come up with a date between now and the end of the month where we can have a work session here on the budget, and we will tackle a few other things and we'll put it out there. But one of them definitely is gonna be zoning issues, and then
Software.
yes. So that's all I have, and I wanted to thank everybody and thank everybody for coming out there. And thank you, Joe, for the long trip. I had him come tonight because I thought there would be more questions on some of that. And I was really, when he stopped us on the the ordinance there, I mean, that's how you can get tunnel vision. Sometimes you be doing things you don't. And so thank you for keeping us focused there. With that, we're going to adjourn at 10:28.